Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1598 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news. Apparently, U.S. officials have issued a very deadly ultimatum today against Iran that they have 24 hours to declare the Strait of Hormuz open and free, or otherwise they're going to do something to them. Also, major Ukrainian attacks are underway in Russia right now, and also, unfortunately, a Russian attack on Kyiv is also underway at the same time. And also, we are seeing that Crimea is officially stranded as Ukraine's taking out 48 plus ships around Crimean ports in just the last few days alone. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear absolutely significant developments coming from the Middle East and Eastern Europe over the course of the day. According to information that has emerged from U.S. officials who have spoken to the press, the United States of America has issued an official ultimatum, one that could be only described of deadly design, as they have now threatened that if the Islamic Republic of Iran does not reopen the Strait of Hormuz and publicly announced that it is open and cease any further attacks against commercial ships and merchant vessels passing through the strait, the combined air forces and navies of the United States of America will resume their military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran until such time that Iranian forces have been rendered inoperable in blockading the Strait of Hormuz, and the Iranian government will be brought to its knees, as of the ultimatum issued today. In the meantime, Iranian governmental officials appear to be attempting to run flak and have stated that the attempts, or the attacks more so, that were conducted on the 3 merchant ships several days ago, which have largely kicked off the round of hostilities as we have seen it now, were in fact not ordained, sanctioned, or ordered by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and were more so just a couple of slap-happy guys in the IRGC that decided to take the missile batteries for a pleasure cruise. It appears that those guys are going to be getting the Iranians taken out to the cleaners instead. We've also been able to see that while the Iranian government was running that flak and interference today by stating that that wasn't actually the intent of of the Iranian government to conduct attacks against merchant ships and then reciprocal attacks against the United States when we retaliated against that action, they are currently working on building and rapidly constructing more facilities and more capacity at the Parchin nuclear complex to the southeast of Tehran, which is in clear violation, as satellite pictures show, of the current Memorandum of Understanding's terms, and it is also showing that even in the midst of peace talks right now, the Iranians are still rapidly working on their own nuclear programs, their own nuclear ambitions, at their own speed and pace, regardless of whatever agreement they have made with the United States of America. We've also been able to hear that Iranian government officials appear to be blaming some of the attacks which the Iranian state media originally reported on and then denied ever happened on the United Arab Emirates, as now Iranian government officials are saying that yesterday the coastline of Iran was attacked, and one Iranian official is blaming the United Arab Emirates and stating that they are the ones responsible for the individual attack that they conducted entirely on their own against the coastal areas of southern Iran, stating that they will also have to see reprisals conducted against them in the near future once war returns. The Israelis have also conducted airstrikes within southern Lebanon against Hezbollah forces as usual today, as we have seen that Israel's stance against Hezbollah and their armed occupation of the southern area of Lebanon is still ongoing in the midst of these rising tensions and the very eve of war that we are now seeing returning to the Middle East once more. Outside the Middle East, we have also been able to hear that currently Ukrainian armed forces are conducting significant drone attacks against Crimea, the Russian Don region, the Russian convoys within the Sea of Azov, and the city of Moscow, all simultaneously, as drones are now being reported within the Moscow air defense perimeter and also around the limited air defense perimeters left within the Crimean Peninsula. Crimea has suffered absolute isolation, even in Russia's last-ditch attempt to send supplies via convoy and ships from the mainland. The Ukrainian armed forces have now knocked out a whopping 48 cargo vessels and merchant ships within the Sea of Azov in only 4 days, meaning that they're averaging right now 12 ships a night that are being hit and knocked out by Ukrainian drone attack forces. This has left the Crimean Peninsula, which now was relying almost solely on these vessels to be able to get any amounts of supply within to the oblast, completely isolated. And currently Crimea is still seeing the gas prices are rising rapidly, and the Russian coastal and air defense forces and also the remainder of the support forces that are within Crimea are continuing to witness the situation unraveling before their very eyes as they find it even more and more difficult to hold their positions, which are also coming under Ukrainian attack in various different forms by Ukrainian medium-range and long-range drones across the entirety of Crimea. We've also been trying to hear we've also been hearing as well that the Tver oil storage depot is still on fire at this moment, and the Russian Federation is now looking down the barrel of a major agricultural collapse, which is now being confirmed by Russian news outlets and the Russian government as well. As currently another Security Council meeting was held by Vladimir Putin today, news has started to emerge that even in the current harvest seasons that exist here in the latter part of the summer, it appears that the Russian agricultural industry has ground to a complete halt. Not a single agricultural machine is out on the fields currently attempting to harvest the crops, which are now beginning to mold and rot in some of the fields that have currently come to harvest in this season inside the Russian Federation, and it is believed that the major fall harvest season, which is only several months away, will amount to an absolute failure, with hardly any of the crops that have come to maturity being harvested or producing any yields for the Russian Federation to be able to subsist off of for the remainder of the conflict or for the foreseeable future, meaning that there will be an inevitable agricultural collapse within the Russian Federation. In the meantime, Ukrainian armed forces have been striking logistics lines and stopping Russian armed forces from making any advances over the day, as Zelensky has put out a cryptic message stating that there are members of the Russian government who now may be conspiring against Putin to possibly end the war in Ukraine's favor and in Russia's favor as well. But before we move on into all of this news, starting with our largest stories first and moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night, we have to make sure to get to the breaking news that just happened live on air. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have some very big news happening right now, and I thought the breaking news might be about Iran tonight, because of course the markets are now officially closed. We're going into the weekend, and usually that's when stuff with Iran and the United States starts breaking out. But right now, Ukraine is literally mauling Russian ships right now in the Sea of Azov. They have taken out 20 ships literally in the past hour or two in the Sea of Azov with these drone attacks. Literally a mauling that's going down right now in the Sea of Azov. And that's just from tonight. I mean, Ukraine's taken out 48 plus of those ships over the past few days, and this is tonight's losses, and they're still racking up. 20 is the preliminary number that we're hearing about. So right now, there are drones going literally everywhere in the Sea of Azov. They're looking for ships, they're hitting them one by one, and some of these ships are getting hit twice and maybe 3 times. So it's wild what's going on this evening, and this might be one of the biggest singular attacks that we've seen so far in that area of the Sea of Azov. But Enforcer, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
According to preliminary reports that had come out earlier, 16 was already a record-breaking figure for the past several days, as the last attack, which amounted to 48 ships destroyed as of the report we were about to be covering on air, would have made the number 48, and there were only 13 ships attacked in that last wave in the early morning hours of today. The current attack that is being conducted right now is already adding another 20 ships to that figure, meaning if we were to be more accurate with a report here on air, the state of Ukraine has actually destroyed somewhere around 68 Russian ships within the course of 4.5 days in their anti-ship campaigns and anti-convoy campaigns within the Sea of Azov. We'll mostly see footage coming out probably right after our stream ends of these attacks, as the Ukrainian armed forces always publish video and picture evidence, usually right after the attack ends, and they're able to compile the footage publicly so that way everyone around the world can see the successes of the Ukrainian armed forces and their drone attack forces at sea. So unfortunately, we probably will not have video and picture evidence of this here very soon, at least from the Ukrainians showing each ship getting hit, but we might be fortunate enough to see a video published by one of the sailors on a ship nearby or from the shore showing the bursts of explosion and bright light coming from the sea near to the Crimean Peninsula and also the Russian mainland of these ships being hit one by one by this mass drone swarm that's just entered the area that has started to lay absolute carnage across the face of the sea within the Azov. But
Yeah.
a very significant
And
piece of news.
And also the crazy part is too, so far, the Russians have literally turned a blind eye to this. Now, granted, this has only been going on for about 4 or 5 days, so it's still a very fresh tactic that Ukraine's using to hit these ships that are trying to dock at Russian ports. It's a very fresh tactic, and so far, the only defense we've seen is occasionally the Russians will send up a fighter jet armed with missiles, and obviously that can only take down maybe 1 or 2 drones, and they're even having a hard time targeting the drones in the first place with those Russian fighter jets. So there's really no defense to this. That seems to be a common theme in this war at this point. There's no defense to the Ukrainian attacks on Russian logistics and the back rear lines, and there's still no defense for the ships either in the Sea of Azov. They're just all getting hit, and Russia's just sitting back and having to just watch and basically watch the whole thing come crumbling down at this point.
I mean, they're getting to a point about around right now where they might start to run out of ships as well. Not only the ability to get the oil to the ports and also the fuel to the ports, they might end up losing the ability to even sail anything around the globe at all, even a sailor on a small dinghy. The Ukrainians might end up blowing those up as well here in the near future with how many ships they've now destroyed or heavily damaged within the Sea of Azov. And so, with that breaking news out of the way, it is time for us, folks, to get on into the rest of the breaking news. And also, folks, we will be making sure to cover this later on in the stream. The news that we just got that just broke on air, and also all of the additional news that we had from earlier on in the day in the Ukrainian convoy attacks that are being conducted in the Azov. But for now, we're going to be moving on into our pre-scheduled breaking news schedule, which is going to be moving us on down and into the Middle East, as we have been able to see a major ultimatum that has been issued by the United States of America today against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is now starting to seem to give us the indication that war is quite literally 24 hours away from the moment that we're reporting on air right now. It's going to happen, funnily enough, folks, on a Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. And not only that, it's going to happen after the markets close, if y'all don't notice. Like, this ultimatum actually seems to be a credible one, given those two factors involved. So, getting us on into the news, we have been able to hear that the United States of America has officially issued a 24-hour deadline to declare the Strait of Hormuz open to ship traffic or attacks will commence. We were able to hear a little bit more details about this ultimatum. According to reports that came out today from U.S. officials who spoke to reporters, the U.S. has demanded that Iran publicly declare the Strait of Hormuz open and commit to halting attacks on commercial vessels. The United States expects a statement after Saturday's Iran-Oman talks and has warned of serious consequences if Tehran refuses. One official said if that's not their position tomorrow, it won't be a good day for them, which seems to be insinuating that U.S. strikes are inevitable within the next 24 hours if the Islamic Republic of Iran does not commit to allowing the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened and to allow for the free flow of traffic within the strait. Currently, if we look at marine traffic and the current disposition of the strait to see what the condition of it is, we can see that there is the fake vessels that once again are showing up within the strait that are being spoofed, but we can also see that there are quite literally no vessels to speak of moving in or around the Strait of Hormuz except for smaller vessels like pusher tugs that are inbound to Iran or outbound from Iran, meaning that once again the Strait of Hormuz has been blockaded and currently commercial ships do not have the safety or the feeling of safety to where they will attempt to transit through the Strait of Hormuz via the Iranian toll booth or the Omani corridor to the south of the minefield. This means that right now the Strait of Hormuz is once again closed and blockaded, much like it was at the earlier part of the actual ongoing war, where we saw that the Strait of Hormuz remained blockaded and completely closed to most oil traffic and tanker traffic that was moving in and out of the area. The United States of America does realize that this is a significant strategic blunder if we allow the Iranians to blockade the strait once more indefinitely without stopping it. And so for this reason, we believe that the ultimatum is being issued to try and stop the blockade from going on forever, and if the Iranians do not commit to reopening the strait tomorrow and actually announce it publicly that it is open and they will not be conducting any further attacks, we are assuming that the United States will start a broad and a largely impressive military campaign, the best way to describe it, to try and forcefully open the Strait of Hormuz and to break the Iranians' ability to blockade the strait whenever they want on their whim. So
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting though. You know, the U.S. has said before that the Strait of Hormuz is open. They said it's open. It's the ships are flowing through it, and there's no problem. And everybody saying differently is fake news. But you know, now they're basically demanding that Iran declare the strait open and free. It's like, why do we need them to declare it open and free if their ships are already freely moving through it? Which I think the answer is obvious to most people that have some common sense with that. It was never open. Iran never gave that up. They never abided by the terms of the MOU or the understanding at all. They never abided by any of that. So the strait was never reopened, and that's why they're hitting things near Oman. Anytime a U.S. Warship tries to escort a ship near Oman, it gets hit by the Iranian missiles off the coast. So a little bit interesting. It seemed like they're finally coming to a head with it.
It does seem like they're finally coming to a head, and generally this was a largely unavoidable situation as we've seen it at the moment, because the Islamic Republic of Iran is generally a country that it cannot be trusted. It really has absolutely no follow-through on anything that it says, and if it says something now, it will say something completely different later. That has not stopped the Iranians, however, from trying to run interference over the course of the day and try and make it seem like the situation's not all too bad, and it was all just a minor misunderstanding. For many of y'all to know, the current situation and the tensions that we're in right now started several days ago when in the middle of the night in the local time of the Middle East, the Islamic Republic of Iran conducted anti-ship attacks on 3 merchant ships that were transiting through the Omani waters and the Omani shipping lane, which we can see right here outlined in purple on our map. These vessels were hit and damaged in violation of the Memorandum of Understanding, and Iranian governmental officials immediately came out afterwards and said that they intentionally hit and blew up these vessels because the United States of America wasn't respecting its end of the MOU and Israel hadn't withdrawn from Lebanon, and they were going to keep blowing ships up inside the Strait of Hormuz until the Israelis withdrew from Lebanon and the U.S. started to abide by its end of the MOU, which largely amounted to forking over tens of billions of dollars to the Islamic Republic of Iran in hard cash. The United States of America then bombed the Iranian coast in response to that, and then Iran conducted a counterattack which included missiles that were fired into Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and also Jordan at the Muwafaq Salti Air Base. Since then, we've seen that there hasn't been any direct fires between the United States and Iran militarily, but an unknown country, which the Iranians are now claiming to be the United Arab Emirates, yesterday actually conducted a significant bombardment campaign along the entirety of the southern coast of Iran, which the Iranians have not responded to, and still, no Middle Eastern country has come forward and actually taken responsibility for the attacks on Iran as they happened yesterday. Not even Kuwait, the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, or Oman have stated that they were the ones responsible for their attack, meaning that while the Iranians are claiming that it was the UAE, it's largely unknown, at least here on our channel for reporting purposes, because nobody has come forward and taken responsibility for the attacks that were conducted yesterday, which has left also for the Iranians to be in a lurch because they haven't responded to that attack because they don't actually know who conducted it either. Still, the Iranians came out today and tried to run flank with that whole situation in mind you all. The Iranians came out and apparently told U.S. officials that recent attacks on shipping were from an errant part of their system.
The lone gunman theory.
Oh yeah, it's just they just happen to have a joyride in the missile batteries and just launched a couple of them at some merchant ships. It's a little bit hard to make that claim, however, considering that when the 3 merchant ships were hit, multiple top Iranian officials, including Arachi and also Galibaf, came out immediately and said this was ordered from the very top because of these reasons, and we're going to keep doing this until our terms are met. That's what they clearly said from the top of the Iranian government, and now they're apparently trying to just flat out lie and misrepresent the situation and said, oh, well, it was just a little glitch in the computer system. And so, naturally, the weapons that require human operators to receive orders and fire them clearly just operate like a computer system and just, sporadically fired in the strait and just hit 3 ships. Whoopsie daisy. Also, our Twitter posts right afterwards where we took credibility for those attacks and stated that they were ordered from the very top. Those were also just a part of the errant system as well. Those were pre-made messages made by AI or something. We just put those out on the fly. The U.S. seems, however, to at least be saying that they will give another shot to talks, even in the midst of what is now clearly flat-out Iranian lies and interference, as the President of the United States did mention just recently, before we went on air a few hours ago, that the Islamic Republic of Iran has asked us to continue talks. We have agreed to do so, but the United States has stated to them, in no uncertain terms, that the ceasefire is over. So it appears that...
How can you have both? How can you end the ceasefire but yet start the talks? How can you have both?
I don't really know, to be entirely honest with you. You can continue talks in the middle of an active war. That's been done in almost every conflict through history. But it seems a little bit odd, though. It's like if you're abandoning the ceasefire, there's really no way to continue talks because both of them were made under the outline of the MOU. So if you're ending the ceasefire, you're also ending the MOU, which ends the talks in their current form.
Yeah, it's like, basically when they say, okay, the ceasefire is over, that means the shooting's going to start again. So it's like, at that point, there's really not much left to say. I mean, apparently it's not going well. The shooting wouldn't be starting again. So it's kind of a strange thing. It's like, there's technically the lines are always open. Like even between Ukraine and Russia, the lines are always open, but it doesn't actually lead to any concrete progress. That's the problem. So, I mean, we're months into the situation at this point, and there's still been no progress whatsoever during the whole thing. So I'm glad the ceasefire is over, though. Hopefully they stick to that.
Yeah, hopefully they stick to it. It's hard to say whether they will or won't. They might say tomorrow that the ceasefire has always been on, and, the current U.S. bombardments are not breaking the ceasefire. You never know. They might make that statement tomorrow. We also were able to hear that outside of this news, in Tehran, while the Iranians are running interference and the United States said that they are open to talking to the Islamic Republic of Iran, interesting satellite pictures have emerged from the Parchin nuclear complex just to the southeast of the major city of Tehran, which will sort of give us an inkling of an idea that the Iranians are not being that truthful or forthcoming about what they're doing and what they're abiding by in terms of the MOU. But before I get into that bombshell news that we have near to Tehran, we do have some significant developments that have come out within the area of the Strait of Hormuz. And sorry, everyone, I was trying to make sure to read a text that Matthew sent me. For some reason, my phone never lets me just read them anymore. I have to point the phone at my face and let it identify my face and let it take a minute. But outside of that, he was telling me that we have a poll, and it probably is better to get on into this poll before we get to the bombshell news in Tehran, because there's probably a poll on that. So, Matthew, what are people currently thinking about the situation as far as the deadly ultimatum on the Strait of Hormuz and what is going to be happening to follow now that the ultimatum has been issued? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so that's the big news for the day right now, specifically dealing with Iran. U.S. officials have allegedly given Iran a 24-hour deadline to declare the Hormuz Strait open and free to ships, or else. And what are your thoughts? 50% said the U.S. will end up attacking Tehran and other cities in a large escalation once Iran does not abide by that deadline, while 27% said that the U.S. might do more love taps soon, but it's not going to be anything too crazy when it comes to the punishment that they speak of. And 17% said the threat won't be carried out either because Iran will back off or the U.S. is bluffing one or the other. So I would say this. I think that the U.S. is starting to actually get fed up with the Iranian situation. I'm not sure why they've suddenly changed their mind because it never really was promising to begin with when they started these talks. In fact, it was a lost cause from the get-go. But for some reason, now out of the blue, they've decided to change their minds and get back to hitting Iran pretty hard. So me personally, I think that an escalation is coming soon. I think that Tehran might get attacked soon, maybe in like a symbolic attack by the U.S. forces, just to show the Iranians that they mean business. But I think they're still trying to get Iran to talk. And I think Iran's trying to give the U.S. an off-ramp as well, because notice they put out that statement today that these ship attacks in the Strait of Hormuz are apparently from an errant system on the coast, which sounds like total BS because I would say it probably is total BS. But they're trying to give the U.S. an off-ramp so that way they can say, oh, look, the Iranians didn't mean to hit the ships. They simply had a malfunction and that was it, so we can let it go. But I think the U.S. might follow through with it. But I've said that before, and then the U.S. backed out of it, so it's kind of hard to tell when it comes to U.S. decision-making. So I think I'm with the 51%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be with the 51%. But I also have to add in that if you ever expect, folks, for the president's words or any actions of the U.S. government via the executive office are going to be followed through on these days 100% once the statement's made, we generally have an idea that's certainly not the case. The office of the president has threatened to literally wipe out the entirety of Iran, blow away every bridge, wipe every city off of the map multiple times before, and they never did it. So there's a lot of reason to believe that any sorts of threats or ultimatums might just be nothing more than hot air. But there's also a good reason to believe that time has run out, and generally patience has also run out in the U.S. government, and that they have to return back to the conflict. The fact that the Iranians are blockading the Strait of Hormuz again in the midst of the MOU is probably giving a pretty good idea of what we've been saying on air, which apparently they haven't probably realized up until now, which is if we let the Iranians have the ability to do that, they are going to do that whenever they get unhappy. I mean, for example, here in the United States of America, if for some reason a domestic political law is passed in the United States that respects religious freedoms or upholds some sort of a law of the United States of America that the Iranians don't like, that could be a justification in and of itself for the Iranians to say, oh, you're not protecting our religious group or elevating them above all others. We shut the Strait of Hormuz down. We're going to let you starve on oil. If the United States of America does something in foreign policy against the Russians, that the Russians go, hey, Iran, can you smack the Strait of Hormuz closed really quickly to screw them over and get them to back off? The Iranians go, sure thing. Trumped up charge. We're closing the Strait of Hormuz. Y'all can starve for oil. And they can just do that on quite literally anything. They're doing that right now. And if they do that for a long enough period of time, like we were seeing during the war, and we do not have the ability or the means or somehow the way to be able to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz during a quick enough period of time, they basically have us by the balls. We either have to face what Russia is dealing with right now, which is a complete collapse of every part of their modern economy due to the loss of fuel to move supplies around and to move people around, or we have to go to war with them and try and forcibly open the Strait of Hormuz on their time, not ours, which could put us in a bad strategic position. So the United States probably is legitimately looking to start the conflict tomorrow if the Iranians do not truly commit to reopening the Hormuz and pledge that they will not conduct attacks on any further commercial vessels within the area. But I would also have to say, honestly, folks, that is a pretty goofy demand to make of them. We're working on their good faith and credit, much like we did with the MOU, that they pinky promise and swear and hope to die that they'll keep the Strait of Hormuz open and they won't blow up another ship. That might last another 2 weeks until they blow up another ship, or maybe even another few days before they blow up another ship, and then everybody stops passing through the strait again, and the globe's oil supplies once again grind to a halt, and everyone's got to figure out what they're doing in the meantime. I would say that the smartest move at this point would be to tell them, y'all shown that y'all are completely uncredible in talks and are working in bad faith. You had your chance. We're going back to war. We're opening the Strait of Hormuz, and also y'all better pray to whatever you believe in, because we're certainly not going to be giving you any grace. That's what I would say the U.S. government's position should be at this point. But it looks like they're still trying to give the Iranians an off ramp to where we don't have to enter into a full blown conflict. Although at this point, I'd say that's largely inevitable regardless. But moving us on out of that news, it's time for us to get to the bombshell development that we have in Tehran at the Parchin nuclear complex just to the southeast of the city. In the midst of the United States issuing this ultimatum, in the midst of the MOU, mind you all, and also in the midst of the Iranian government officials trying to run interference, some satellite photography has come out from the Parchin nuclear complex today that is starting to show on the 22nd of June, this is what an element of the Parchin nuclear complex appeared to look like. This is what it looks like now. Well, actually, this was the 10th of June in 2026. This was the 22nd of June of this year. We can actually see that they are starting to conduct significant construction works to be able to cover up explosive damage and to possibly even refurbish some of the complex that they were using at Parchin to develop nuclear weaponry. We generally understand that the Parchin nuclear complex is not involved in any active industrial process in the production of a nuclear weapon. Final assembly would not be conducted here, nor uranium enrichment. We understand that this was largely some sort of a research complex of some sort that involved some amounts of radiological components in their research, but was not heavily involved, say, to the extent like Qom or Natanz, where you could see that they were quite literally refining uranium in centrifuges deep underground and subterranean complexes. This is largely a research facility, but they are trying to repair it and appear to bring it back to operation as quickly as possible, which is something that they are not allowed to do under the Memorandum of Understanding. During the period of the Memorandum of Understanding, the Iranians are supposed to leave all of these nuclear sites completely untouched and unchanged. Yet, as we're seeing here, about 20 days ago, the Iranians were already conducting rapid repairs on their nuclear facility just outside of Tehran to possibly put it back into operation as quickly as possible. This is a blatant violation of the Memorandum of Understanding and would make one believe, and also ask the question, what in the world would the Iranians need to repair a nuclear facility for this quickly under this much of an emergency when the Iranians continue to insist that all of their nuclear research is done only for peaceful purposes? They have an operating nuclear reactor in the southern part of the country. It's not like they're trying to race to get free and cheap energy for everybody in Iran. They already have some of that as much as they can, and they're already trying to build those reactors, the additional ones down there, as quickly as they can. This would lead me to believe, and I bet a lot of y'all to believe, that this sort of a rapid emergency repair work is being done for some other form of inclination, some other form of an ambition by the Iranians. And I think that a lot of y'all here in this poll are getting basically right down to the meat of what they're doing this for. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so Iran got caught red-handed. And also, by the way, this right here is not the freshest satellite footage we could ever see, but this is from, what is it, from June the 22nd or something?
Yes.
It's from like a week or two ago. So it's not even fresh. They've been working on the nuke sites for a couple of weeks at this point. And U.S. intelligence, they've known that. We didn't know it in the public because obviously we don't have access to this as quickly as the U.S. has access to it. But the U.S. intelligence, they knew it was happening the whole time. And this is in the midst of all that MOU garbage that was going on in the meantime. So they knew this was going on, and they were still entertaining talks, which is kind of fascinating. But do you think that Iran's now pursuing nukes again? This might be the easiest poll I'll put up all night. But 80% said yes, they are racing to get nukes, while 9% said maybe, but I'm 50-50 on this, and 7% said Iran is merely cleaning up their sites. So Iran is a bit of a broke country, and if they're investing money in the construction of a facility or the cleanup of a facility like this, that means they're trying to put it back into operation because they don't have the money to spare for cleanup operations unless they're actually trying to put it back into operation, the facility itself. So I would say, since Parchin has been a site before that's been under extreme scrutiny by a bunch of nuclear watchdogs for this exact reason, I would say I'm with the 80%. It seems to me like they're racing to get nukes, and they're cleaning up the site because they're trying to put it back into operation. So that's my guess. But Enforcer, what say you?
You know, I had to make sure to turn on the bot defenses there because it just made me realize something while you're saying all that. I was looking in the chat and a lot of people, America bad, America die. I was like, okay, I think we got a lot of bots here. I was like, also, Iran just clean, nothing wrong here, Iran only clean. Well, there's a difference here, folks. You don't really clean up a nuclear facility in the midst of an MOU where you agreed, a little pinky promise, cross my heart, hope to die sort of a deal. You don't really, start working on this when you swore that you weren't going to be working on this in the MOU. Because everything involving Iran's nuclear programs is supposed to have ceased during the MOU, yet it clearly has not. This satellite photography is proving that quite clearly. And there's no reason, if this is truly for peaceful purposes, that they should be racing to redevelop this and repair this as quickly as possible. Usually that puts some sort of national security presence into the situation there, because whenever, say, like Pearl Harbor got bombed in 1941, the U.S. put every single bit of resources we could to Pearl Harbor and started to refloat all of the battleships that were salvageable as quickly as we could, because it was a matter of national security and strategic importance. If those ships were not important for the U.S. war plan, we would have probably left them in Pearl Harbor, sitting at the bottom of the harbor. We wouldn't have tried to recover them at all. But because it was a matter of national emergency, we did. The fact that the Iranians are trying to repair these locations as quickly as they can is showing that they're trying to rapidly turn these facilities back into operational ones to continue whatever nuclear research and development they were. And what other nuclear research and development would have that kind of strategic significance to where they had to bring them back online this quickly? And the only answer to that could be nuclear research and weapons development for nuclear arsenals and nuclear weaponry. I mean, it's quite obvious and clear that also, if we make an agreement with the Iranians of, okay, you pinky promise and cross your heart and hope to die that you will not make any nuclear weapons, they're not going to adhere to that at all. They can't even adhere to the MOU, which just says they pause all that for 60 days. Why in the world would we think, if they cannot pause the nuclear program for 60 days, that if we made any kind of a peace agreement with them, that would truly stop them from developing a nuclear weapon? They're clearly adamant on making one. They're already repairing the facilities to get back to work as fast as they can on making a nuclear weapon.
And you know what's really scary is if they're trying to rush to put this site back together here in Parchin, if they're trying to put that one back together, can you imagine what's going on in Pickaxe Mountain? Like, for example, Pickaxe Mountain was never hit, by the way. That was a nuclear site that the U.S. allegedly just found out about a short, few months back, and they never hit it because it's very deep in the mountains. It's very hard for a bunker buster to even get through all that solid rock. It's nearly impossible with any type of munition that we have right now. It's just simply too deep, and there's too much solid rock in between the surface and the actual facility underneath the rock. So that facility there has never been impacted whatsoever. So they might have been continuing their nuclear research the entire time under the mountain. And that facility, like I said, was never touched. But Parchin, they're racing to build that one back too. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if they've been rushing the entire time, even during these attacks, to build a nuke. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
Well, something that's interesting speaking about that is that Pickaxe Mountain specifically is a centrifuge and uranium enrichment factory or a uranium enrichment plant. And considering that this one was never hit at all, so we know that it certainly wasn't put out of operation, they've still been enriching uranium here in these centrifuges in Pickaxe Mountain for about 5 months now. And who knows how much weapons-grade uranium they've been able to produce during that time to add on to the amount they already have, or near weapons-grade uranium that they already have. If we look at Qom as well, which is further north and near to the city of Qom, right up here, this facility was hit by MOPS, but from what we've heard with this one, this facility was not completely knocked out. It was just rendered inaccessible, and moderately damaged, with some of the cave entrances being largely collapsed, making it impossible to be able to get in. And we've already seen, remember, Matthew, before the MOU, during the ceasefire period, the Iranians were already working to excavate the entrances to Qom and try and get back in. So it is possible that Qom and Natanz, which are both of their uranium enrichment facilities, they're the only ones in the country that can enrich this type of uranium. They may be back and fully operational, and they're trying to bring Parchin back online, which is more of a research facility, to try and get that integral part of the program in place, so that way they can use the enriched uranium to possibly start working on nuclear weaponry as fast as possible, even in the midst of the MOU, and probably even preferably during the MOU, because if they rolled out a nuclear weapon at the end of the MOU, the U.S. is basically screwed. There's really nothing we can do to them now, because they could nuke a Middle Eastern country, because would probably not be entirely sure whether that was their only warhead or if there's a second one just like it, a carbon copy that could be fired at a Middle Eastern state.
Yeah, and also by the way, Iran still has possession of about I think the last estimates were like 600 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms of nuclear and enriched material, enough to create several warheads of a nuclear variety. They still have that, and the president of the United States calls it nuclear dust, but what it actually is highly enriched uranium that's used for nuclear weapons. That's what it's actually called, and nuclear dust is a way to make it seem less serious than it actually is. But notice how Iran, they can call in an entire construction brigade to start rebuilding their nuclear sites, while at the same time, Iran claims that they can't get access to that highly enriched uranium to hand it over to the United States. That's not very consistent. You might notice with that right there. That's not consistent whatsoever. It's like, why is Iran so adamant on keeping their hands on that highly enriched uranium if they don't want a nuclear weapon? And why are they rebuilding their nuclear facilities at the same time while they're saying, oh, Iran would never pursue a nuke? And I hear a whole bunch of people out there that are so-called experts saying, well, Iran already agreed not to produce a nuke. It's like, what, were you born yesterday? It's like nothing they're doing adds up to them not producing a nuke. I mean, they're currently using the Strait of Hormuz as leverage. Imagine what they're going to do when they get their hands on that nuke and they finally have a working warhead that they can launch on a delivery system. They're going to have like 2 or 3 times the leverage of Hormuz at that point.
Also, that's really ridiculous for some of those analysts to say that. That's so stupid. Like, what in the world would they say in 1939? Well, Herr Hitler agreed that he'd never invade Poland. I mean, he's never going to invade it because he agreed to that in the Munich Agreement. Or, Stalin in the Potsdam Conference and also the Yalta Conference, he said he was our friends here in America. The Soviet Union will never turn against us and try and conduct an ideological war for the next 40 years to try and bring down the United States and all of our allies. That'd be absurd. He said otherwise. He pinky promised. Like, what type of schmucks are these people? Like, the Iranians are an ideologically driven regime. They're heavily indoctrinated into an extremist ideology that runs their government. If anything, they're lying to us on one end and working as quickly as they can to get this nuclear program back up and running. And I would think at this point, they're probably trying to do that to try and get a nuclear weapon because they're probably believing in the kind of situation we're in right now, if we can stall long enough and see that the U.S. doesn't really go ham on us and actually start fighting the war effectively, we might be able to create a nuclear weapon during this downtime, get it operational, and then we have the U.S. at a stalemate and they can't do anything to us anymore.
That's a really scary thought there, because at that point, if Iran somehow is able to race their way toward a nuclear weapon and they actually have a working operational warhead and a delivery system to also send it toward a target, that pretty much is going to end the debate over who has control of the Hormuz. Iran's going to have that permanently at that point. There's nothing we're going to be able to do about that because Iran's going to be threatening to nuke everybody if you try to go in there and retake it. So that will be a lost cause. Also, the U.S. might as well go ahead and pack up and get the hell out of the region, because at that point, Iran's going to be holding a nuclear weapon over everybody's heads and threatening them with it. So we might as well just withdraw from the area. I mean, we'll be screwed at that point. We're going to be in some really foul shape if Iran actually has a nuke. Not to mention, Israel's going to be at huge risk. Pretty much anybody in the region that's ever worked with the United States is going to be under a nuclear threat at that point, pretty much into the indefinite future, until like maybe there's a regime change internally inside of Iran. I don't really see how you could reverse that once they cross that threshold. I don't see how it's reversible.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're going to be in an impasse at that point because either we have to sit there and start extending a nuclear umbrella to all of our security assurance members within the region and be in a Cold War style nuclear standoff with Iran, or we just have to pack up and leave, because Middle Eastern countries might go, ooh, like, we would be fine with that whole nuclear umbrella deal, but that might be bad for business. So how about we just expel y'all out of the country, all of your U.S. military forces and whatnot, and we just try and take the most neutral path we can. And the Iranians will eventually crowbar everybody away from the United States in the Middle East and send them towards the Chinese or the Russians. That's the only other path that this is going to go, because the Iranians are a small player in the Axis sphere. And if they get a nuclear weapon, their nuclear weapons aren't going to be used just to stop the damn Americans. It's going to be to try and help out the Chinese or the Russians, to be able to also try and get some favors from them. And considering that they de facto align with the Chinese for the larger part and the Russians, we can generally assure that anything that seems to be anti-Chinese or anti-Russian, as far as actions from other non-nuclear Middle Eastern countries, will be met with significant threats and largely force these countries, bending their arm behind them, to lean more in the Chinese or Russian direction and make sure that their oil goes to China, most likely, or the Russians, although the Russians really don't need it. It's more so the Chinese that need significant imports of oil. So this is a very bad strategic situation. We're basically giving over the Middle East to the Iranians and also to the Axis powers if we allow for such a thing to continue to develop. And that's why I'd say we need to get back into military action immediately without any further delay, ultimatum or not. But moving us on out of that bit of news, we've also been able to hear some other interesting developments from the U.S.'s position over the day. The U.S. has imposed new sanctions on Iran, and the paragraph 9 of the MOU states, pending the final deal, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran agree to maintain the status quo. The Islamic Republic of Iran will maintain the current status quo of its nuclear program, meaning they won't touch anything, and the United States of America will not impose any new sanctions and will not deploy additional forces in the region. Notice that the United States implemented sanctions yesterday, and the Iranians are touching quite literally everything they can with their nuclear program, like at Parchin. So paragraph 9 of the MOU has been completely obliterated by both sides, and neither side is following anything concerning the MOU. So the MOU is largely dead on arrival. Well, it's dead on arrival anyways, but it is quite truly dead on arrival in full form. We've also been able to see that apparently Qatar and Pakistan got the United States and Iran in a four-way call today, trying to see about getting them back on the peace talks. And I gotta say, at this point, the U.S. should abandon peace talks and just tell the Pakistanis that was kind of cool that y'all, wanted to offer to be a third-party mediator, but that's not really working. We need to bomb them and just, hang up on the call and get back to business. And we've also been able to hear that apparently the U.S. president has given the military an order that if the Islamic Republic of Iran assassinates the president, which is himself, that the U.S. military is to just literally bomb them at levels they've never seen before, according to the New York Post, which apparently got this word from a U.S. official today, that's apparently the marching orders if there's an assassination attempt conducted, as we do understand, at least from reports that we've been hearing, that assassination threats, not only against the president, but against most high-level U.S. officials, is very permeable, or a very high-level threat at this point. It looks like the Iranians are working towards that, and it could be, in any given moment in the weeks, we might hear of a failed attempt, and hopefully not a successful one, as that would be quite severe and grave to hear of such an incident occurring. But moving us on from that, we've also been able to hear that inside of cities like Bandar Abbas and elsewhere, cities are almost being entirely abandoned as the Iranians on the coast are packing up and moving deeper inside the country to be able to try and avoid areas that look like they're going to be re-entering the war incredibly soon. This is also giving us an understanding that many Iranian citizens are starting to see that war is quite truly on the horizon as far as they're concerned, and they're trying to pack up and get out of Dodge from where they think the bombs will be dropping first. This business owner here on the side of a street inside of Bandar Abbas filmed the empty streets and his empty restaurant, as there's hardly anybody about anymore inside of the city. You see him showing off the empty benches. Quite literally nobody around.
How could somebody turn down this delicious food?
How in the world could someone turn down this succulent Brazilian meal? That is clearly a flag of Brazil. I didn't know they had, Brazilian eateries in Iran, but apparently they do. Kind of weird. But anyways. I'm not really sure if his food is just bad or if he's, if people are just abandoning the city. It's kind of hard to say, but he's making it sound like business was booming until today.
That's what I was about to say. It's like, how did we not know this is just a restaurant that has shitty food or something? People start showing up because they don't want it.
Man, they said, bro, it's that Iranian guy trying to cook Brazilian food and it tastes like trash. I'm not going there. And then he's on the streets. Look, everyone's running because the bombings are coming. Man, it's like, don't blame the poor business on the bombings, man. If the food was bombed, people would be there anyways. They'd be like, those bombs might be dropping, but I'm going to be dying eating heaven in this Brazilian food. But moving us on from that little bit of news in the Bandar Abbas area, we've also been able to hear that, shockingly enough, the Russians have also suspended the movement of Rosatom personnel back to the Bushehr nuclear power plant to oversee construction of the new reactors, which have largely been abandoned at this point because the Russian supervisors and the Russian personnel building them had packed up and left about 5 months ago and have generally never returned. Some of them did return, however, a very small number of them, but apparently they're just going to be kept there at their level, and the rest of them will not be coming down as the movements have now been suspended. We've also been able to hear that one Iranian government official The deputy foreign minister, Kazim Garibabadi, claimed that the United Arab Emirates had a role in the U.S. strikes in Iran and it had to be held responsible for it. That's a little interesting there. And it's, by the way, folks, just to let y'all know, the UAE was shot at by the Iranians in the active war more than Israel. No joke. There were more drones and missiles fired at the United Arab Emirates than at the Israelis. So if there is some sort of a concept of the evaded punishment before, and they're now going to finally get it, I don't really know what world that guy was living in because the Iranian military quite literally attacked them more than Israel. And the Iranians say their biggest qualm is with the Israelis. But moving us on out of that bit of news, Israel also conducted an airstrike within southern Lebanon today, apparently knocking out some Hezbollah militants or something along those lines, which we saw on this brief clip right here. There's the smoke rising from the hood. Generally not really a lot to report there. It's just normal business as usual inside of southern Lebanon, and the Israeli Defense Forces are continuing their operations south of the Litani River in Lebanon as they continue to try and fight Hezbollah forces inside of Lebanon instead of directly along the Israeli border. So that is generally the situation in the Middle East as we have seen it over the day, and it does seem that we'll be watching probably within the next, I'd say from here about in the next 20 hours, probably about the time our show is going live tomorrow, if the United States of America is actually going to follow through on its ultimatum and whether or not the Iranians are going to announce that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and that they're not conducting any further attacks. We're not really sure how this is going to go at this point. It is anyone's guess. It could go in either way. And then if it goes either way, we'll have to see what in the world the U.S.'s reaction is at some point here in the very near future over that situation and those developments. Moving us on out of that little bit of news and also giving you all a slight update on Cuba. Cuba has now gone into another total grid collapse. And this is the second nationwide power outage in Cuba in a week as the country continues to deal with a pretty difficult situation because of the ongoing U.S. blockade, which has stopped most oil from entering the country. The only reason that Cuba had kept the grid on is because the United States rolled out the red carpet for a Russian tanker that came all the way from Russia to try and refuel Cuba, and while we were stopping ships left and right from even entering Cuban waters, the U.S. actually escorted that tanker into Havana port and let it offload its oil to the Cuban refineries and also for the Cuban power grid to remain operational. And that oil is now finally running out, and that's why we're starting to hear of the power outages returning throughout Cuba, and it's unknown whether the Russians are going to be able to even send another tanker to Cuba to drop off more oil, but it looks like they're starting to enter back into their difficult times and difficult situations that we had already seen a couple of months ago when the U.S. blockade had begun and the power outages started back then. So moving us on out of that brief little Cuban update, it's now time for us to get on into Eastern Europe. There has been quite a lot going on out here in Eastern Europe. We also have a little bit of news out of the United Kingdom today that we're going to be getting into here in just a moment. But before we get to any of that news, I do have to say a humongous thanks to everybody who has been here and watching so far. We still have a tremendous amount of news to go, but I've got to thank all of you all for being here within the first hour and enjoying the show tremendously. We've had 18.4 thousand people here at the peak, and 60,000 people have watched the stream in 57 minutes. That's about 1,000 views a minute or just a little bit more, and we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all continue to watch this channel each and every single day and consider it to be your primary source of news. We're about to be getting on into some major developments from the war in Ukraine today, of which are of great interest and showing us some very, very fortuitous developments, I would say, for the Ukrainian armed forces and the position for the Ukrainians in the war. But before we get to that, I do want to take a brief moment to get 3 questions from the chat, and then we'll be moving right on into all of that major news here in just a moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's get our first 3 super chats, and we'll get right back to our breaking news out of Ukraine and Russia, which is some pretty big news today, including that news about the ships being sieged around Crimea as well. But our first super chat of the night is going to go to none other than Ron Fannin, and thank you very much, Ron, for that very generous $50 support right there, and we do appreciate it very, very much. And Ron said LSA and take one from the chat.
And LSA, long live the Lee Spring Army, Ron. And I got to thank you incredibly for that support and helping this channel to keep it running so that way we can keep saying, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. If you agree, folks, put a little LSA in the chat. Just a little L, an S, and an A in the live chat to let folks know that you are also a part of the Lee Spring Army. And in your honor, Ron, we'll be making sure to get a live chat in your name. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the live chat question goes to none other than Hokey Redneck, who said, Matt, do you think we'll nuke the Iranian nuke areas? And I would say probably not. Now, I will say, like, for the people asking, some people have been asking all night, they're like, well, if the U.S. decides to, like, drop a tactical nuke on the nuclear site, let's say Pickaxe Mountain, which is largely inaccessible to U.S. MOP munitions, which are the ground penetrator munitions, which are also known as bunker busters, if it's impenetrable by those, then would a tactical nuclear drop on that site, would that destroy it? And I'm pretty sure it would. I think it would destroy the site, but the catch is, though, you're crossing a boundary of using nuclear weapons, which is not good by anybody doing that. And also, it's escalating the situation where the international community might have an outcry about that, and it could turn against the United States for using a nuke of any sort. So that would be a very extreme way to go about it. It would accomplish the task, but it's like using a sledgehammer when a like normal hammer is needed, in my personal opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it's highly unlikely, generally because the use of a nuclear weapon opens up Pandora's box, which we've talked about greatly with the Russians possibly using a nuclear weapon on Ukraine, but really that goes in every direction, in every way with every country. If the U.S. used a nuclear weapon on Iran, Russia now has a justification to use a nuclear weapon on Ukraine, and China has a justification to use a nuclear weapon on Taiwan, and so on and so forth, and that goes on with every country that's nuclear armed in the world. And generally, we don't want to deal with a foreign policy situation to where everybody who has a nuclear weapon is more than apt to try and use one, because it's either they use it or they get one used on them and they don't get the chance. So I would say that in my honest opinion, I think that we're probably not going to be doing such a thing. We might end up bombarding the Iranians into submission and maybe destroy the tunnel entrances to make the facilities inaccessible and keep them inaccessible to where their nuclear program can't progress for that reason. But I don't really see us using nuclear weaponry on the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's just way too much risk involved in how that's going to be taken in the international world and foreign policy. And also on top of that, it's it's generally looked down upon. I don't really think a lot of people in the U.S. public would also be big fans of hearing that the president just started nuking Iranian nuclear sites. That'd probably be looked at quite unpopularly here within the United States of America. I know that I wouldn't be a big fan of it because we have a way of dealing with it without having to nuke them. More so is the way I would say it. And one of the easiest ways to do that is just drop a JDAM on the entrances of the tunnel networks that lead into these subterranean complexes. And once you cave those in, they can't get in or they can't get out. So the guys that were in there, if there were any scientists or workers in there that were vital to their nuclear program, as long as they're not excavated out, they're going to die of thirst, a lack of food, or they're going to just die from a lack of oxygen. So that knocks out a lot of their personnel, and it also makes it to where they cannot conduct continuous operations for their nuclear program. So that really is a much less severe way of dealing with it without causing the world to justify the use of nuclear weapons across the board. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a huge thanks to you so much once again, Ron Fannin, for the support. And also a big shout out to Hokey Redneck for a great question. And long live the Lady Spring Army. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $50 support from Rudi for Rubes. And thank you for that $50 support as well, Radiz. And we do appreciate that. He said, best channel on the net, full stop.
Oh, real? I gotta thank you so much for the kind words. I gotta say that's greatly appreciative by both me and Matthew. We always greatly appreciate those sorts of words. It means a lot to us. We love to know that people really do put a lot of faith and stock behind the channel and really enjoy hearing the news from me each and every day, because it's folks like you who say those kind of words that give us the encouragement to keep on air, and also the folks who support the channel so that way we can stay on air and pay our bills and do this as our full-time job, of which we're greatly appreciative to the many people who do support the channel and help it to keep rolling. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. Full stop. And with that, we're on to the last question of this segment, and then we're getting on into the rest of the news for the night.
Also, by the way, a fun fact, since it was just mentioned in that super chat there, best channel on the net. When he said the net, it made me think of the beginning of the internet. Do you know what the first version of the internet was called, and do you know who created it?
Oh, I actually don't know that off the top of my head.
So the internet was actually a creation of DARPA, which is the U.S. like Advanced Projects Division. They make a whole bunch of like cutting edge defense tech. They're more of into the like spearheading technologies, sort of like side of things. And they created something called ARPANET, which was the precursor to the modern internet. And it was actually a military project. That's what it started off as. It was a way for military scientists and also civilian scientists to share information between each other across the web, which at the time it really wasn't the web. It was more like a connected series of computers, and that was called ARPANET. So then it turned into the World Wide Web, the internet, and it started expanding to the civilian world. So that's pretty interesting. It was actually a DARPA creation, what we're on right now.
Interesting, interesting. So let me ask you: is AI also a development of DARPA, or is that just kind of something else on its own?
Well, the real answer is it's heavily funded by not DARPA. It's heavily funded by the intelligence agencies through black budgets. That's the truth of it. That's how it gets a lot of funding. People may or may not know that, but you can look it up and find that out if you really want to look close enough into that. But there's also a lot of private sector funding of it too. So the intelligence communities and also the military is interested in it because it has a targeting value to it. They want to use it to target the enemy and also launch like drone swarms. And you need AI to do that, like Ukraine's using it for. So I mean, partially yeah, but not all the way.
Interesting, interesting. Well, speaking of computers and the internet and whatnot, do you want to know another interesting fun fact about computers in general?
Sure.
Computers were an integral part of the United States and the Western Sphere defeating the Soviet Union in the Cold War. Did you know that?
I did somewhat, but in what way?
It generally allowed for us to be able to produce more advanced metallurgical components and also it generally kind of increase our industrial output while also decreasing the cost, which the Soviet Union could not do because they did not invest or research as heavily computer technology at any point in the Cold War and fell massively behind even by the 1960s. And so that generally caused the economic stagnation of the Soviet Union because of subpar products and also subpar capabilities economically, which then led them to collapse. It wasn't like the full reason why, but it was one of the reasons why the Soviet Union started to stagnate economically and then go into collapse is because they became completely uncompetitive with the West because of our implementation of advanced computer technology even during that time.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Not to rabbit hole too much on this, but technology and also who can develop new technologies first, that actually can either win or lose wars. It's been that way for a while. Like you're mentioning how computers were important during that situation with the USSR, but it's also going to be very important in the future too. Like on one hand, I hate data centers because they run quality of life, but on the other hand, just to be the devil's advocate, not that I'm still not for data centers running people's lives and running cities and neighborhoods, but on the other hand, I do understand why they're doing it because eventually, if other countries start developing that fast and they're able to have advanced targeting systems, are able to crack, like for example, encryption using these AIs and also break into cyber systems using AI, which is a huge risk, then that could be a huge national security blunder if we don't develop that at the same pace. So I can kind of understand it, but at the same time, though, we shouldn't be doing it at the expense of the people.
Yeah, I would have to definitely agree. But man, it like I've watched some very interesting documentaries on the computer race between the Soviet Union and the United States, particularly, and it is wildly interesting because by the late 1960s, the Soviet Union was already starting to realize computers are a game changer in almost every way. Like, for example, here's something that's really interesting. It's really like back then, like to explain it the best I can, it was about computational abilities, which before computers had to all be done by hand. And I'm sure you've seen that picture before of all of the hand worked math that they had to do to get Apollo 11 to the moon. And that was even with the help of advanced computers in the late 1960s. But with every advancement in computer technology, computational abilities, which is where computers get their name from, they're computers. They compute numbers for the larger part, and that was their original purpose. That's hence the name. But that helps us here in the West, compared to the Soviet Union at the time, to be able to create more advanced metallurgical components, which was a very big game changer, especially when concerning the Soviet Union, because one of the Soviet Union's main products and exports was steel. And so in the United States of America, we're able to hash out metallurgical figures and computational equations that make our steel at a far higher quality. And so when anyone around the world would go, what kind of steel would we want? They had three options: American steel, Japanese steel, or Soviet steel. And they would always say, well, I'd rather go with Japanese steel or American steel because we know that it's a higher quality and they're able to create better grades of steel. And we started to eke them out in the steel market in terms of exports. And that was what actually was a pretty interesting part of the economic stagnation that started in the 1970s that then led to the slow death of the Soviet Union in the 80s.
That's fascinating. I didn't know those details. That's very interesting.
Yeah, it's like really wild stuff, but enough of that rabbit hole, folks. That's a really interesting one and a deep one, but we'll probably go over that on in the actual question segment after the news if you all want to hear more about it. But anyways, with that, we are on into the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting on to the rest of the news from around the world. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, in our last super chat of this segment before we get back to our big breaking news out of Ukraine and Russia, we have a $60 support from Max Shabai. And thank you very much, Max, for that very generous 10,000 yen support right there. And I believe yen, that's Japanese, right? That's Japanese currency, I think.
Yes.
That is Japanese currency. I just had to make sure because sometimes I get confused. The yen, the won, I get a little mixed up. And then you got in the peso. But thank you very much, Max, for that support. He said AI is a revolutionary tech, but a couple of those companies might go bankrupt. Honestly, I would share your sentiment. I would share your sentiment. Actually, obviously, that's not a guarantee. That's just an opinion, by the way, that I'm putting out there too. But I have a feeling that a lot of these companies are racing forward, hoping that something grabs on eventually, where they can make it viable. But right now, it's almost like the way the .com bubble was to a certain degree. A hell of a lot of hope, a hell of a lot of prayers, and hoping that something works out. It's a revolutionary technology, but I think people might be overhyping it when it comes to financial aid and support. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I think so as well. I think that some of the major AI companies are probably going to be going bankrupt because a lot of them, when you look at them, it's like, where in the world do they make their money? And that's
They
really
don't really.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like they don't. And when you look into it, you find out they're actually losing money for operating. And so unless if they are state subsidized by the government, they aren't turning any profits. So a company, of course, that's not turning profits is going to fold. It's going to go bankrupt eventually. And I'll be honest with y'all, folks. Not that now, I'm not trying to say with the inference of this name that these people are like conducting some sort of a scandal or a scam or anything, but I feel like it's going to end up like the Enron collapse. Not that, it's like, oh, well, everyone was just basically lying and scamming everybody like Enron was, but I feel like this giant economic explosion, it's meteoric really with these AI companies, but they're not turning any profits at all, meaning that this is largely a value bubble that doesn't exist. It's like these people are valuating these AI companies in the tens or hundreds of billions of dollars, yet they don't turn a single profit for a shareholder. It's like eventually that's going to catch up to these companies. Unless if they start turning profits, they're going to explode. And with that, it's probably going to come significant calamities in the stock market.
But you gotta understand, though, in the Silicon Valley world of private equity and investments, it's considered totally acceptable and normal for these companies to run losses for years and years and years. It sounds weird as hell. I know it sounds weird to a lot of people. They're like, well, why the hell would you invest in something that's losing money consistently year over year? Well, that's just the way it works in Silicon Valley. People are very, very hopeful because they're hoping to invest in something that's going to become like a golden goose later on down the road. And the promise that they always make, that pretty much every Silicon Valley company that's considered a quote-unquote startup, they always say, well, if you invest now, we may be losing money now, but just wait until it flips around like 10 years from now, you'll become a multimillionaire. That's always the pitch that startups give for the most part. I'm not sure if the AI companies gave that speech or not. They might have, they might not have. I'm not really sure, but that's usually what it goes like, though. They lose money for a lot of years. Some of them go bust, and then like a couple of them might be like a breakout from time to time.
I mean, I guess in a way, if we're looking at it like that, it's kind of like every other industry, because when you think about it, it's like, think about all of the aircraft companies that were around in like the 1950s that aren't here anymore. You had Vought, you had, let me think of some of the other ones. Let's see, there was Vought, there was McDonnell Douglas, there was North American. I mean, there were loads of them. Electra, I believe, was one of them as well, and none of them are around anymore. I think the only aircraft company that really exists in the United States to speak of is Boeing. Boeing is basically the only one left. There are a couple of others, but they're incredibly small, like Cessna and the other smaller companies. But Boeing is basically the only aircraft manufacturer left in the United States. Honestly, when you think about that, that's kind of a bit of a monopoly. But I'm not saying that it is, but when you think about it, though, it's like, I can't think of another aircraft manufacturer in the United States that actually produces the lion's share of the aircraft in the country rather than Boeing. I think that's the only one. But I guess it's kind of like the beginning of every single company. I think the only thing that is
Yeah.
quite odd about it, though, is that their values are massive. I mean, way more than they make.
Oh. Yeah, it's really wild. It's weird that, California was the place where the gold rush was really a big deal. Like people uprooted their lives. Some people sacrificed their lives to try to go out to California to strike it rich. And that's where Silicon Valley is located, is in California. And they have that same mentality. It's not about gold this time. It's about, yeah, I guess you could call it, digital gold, like, Bitcoin, Silicon Valley computers, like software companies, AI. I mean, they've always had that kind of mentality about them. Now, granted, a lot of innovations have come out of that. Like these people that are like wishful thinkers that like throw money at these companies, occasionally there's a golden goose in the middle of them, occasionally. But there's a hell of a lot that went bust in the meantime that didn't make it. And sometimes it's so detrimental that you literally create entire like worldwide known like .com bubbles bursting, and then it causes a huge like nationwide impact behind it, depending on how bad it is. I kind of have a feeling that AI might be like that, kind of like a .com bubble situation. I have a feeling that it could be the case.
Man, I like honestly, not to bring everything back to the railroads. I feel like it's going to be like a Penn Central type collapse. That was the biggest bankruptcy in U.S. history up till that point when that happened. I think in 1974 or 75. And if y'all don't know, New England's industry was already starting to kind of disappear by the late 1960s and the 70s. But it was the death of Penn Central that kind of wiped out most of the heavy industry that existed in New England, which was once the most industrialized place in the United States. Now, crazily enough, y'all wouldn't believe this, but the most industrial part of the United States of America is the U.S. Southeast for the amount of factories and manufactories that they have. New England is hardly close to, I think, being the third largest. I think it's one of the smallest as far as industrial powers or industrial regions are concerned here in the U.S. It might end up like that. It might have some pretty significant effects to follow that we'll be feeling for the rest of our lives in this generation. But anyways, moving on out of that interesting rabbit hole, I see a lot of y'all are like, wow, this is a really fun one. I love talking about stuff like this, but we have news to get to, folks, and a lot of important news to get to. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support, Max Shaboy, and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that was a very interesting rabbit hole right there to talk about. And thank you so much for supporting the channel as well. And moving us on, finally, into Europe and the ongoing war in Ukraine, we have been able to hear that within the United Kingdom, they're currently working on a British-EU agreement as the EU plans to allow Ukraine to purchase British weapons using the 60 billion euro military portion of its 90 billion euro loan, according to Bloomberg. After months of negotiations, the EU is close to an agreement with the UK that will let British defense companies participate in the program. An announcement could come next week at a Paris meeting of the Coalition of the Willing. Currently, this has been a bit of an issue because, as many of y'all will know, the United Kingdom is no longer a part of the European Union, meaning that an agreement between the European Union and the state of Ukraine actually does not apply to the United Kingdom in any way whatsoever. So then the Ukrainians have to go and try and make an independent deal with the United Kingdom, or the European Union has to try and connect the UK back to them and then work as their intermediary with Ukraine. I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. I don't think this is political anymore. I think a lot of people in Britain would kind of agree, but the whole Brexit thing really didn't turn out that well in any way, and Britain's kind of economically been stagnating ever since. So and also things like this, it's like it didn't really pose any inherent benefit to speak of that we can tell of right now at all. It even makes things like transferring arms to Ukraine fairly complicated, because they either have to do that with Ukraine individually, or they have to work through the EU anyways, like they would have in the past, to try and make an arms deal work. And it's like that with everything economically, to where it's the EU and then the UK, and they still have to work through the EU to really get anything done. But moving us on out of the United Kingdom, and that bit of news that we were able to hear out of that side of things. Hopefully we'll be able to see that some British weaponry is able to make it to Ukraine through this loan package and also via the money used in the purchases. We have also been able to hear some major news coming out of Russia today, particularly from Moscow. We've been able to hear that reports are now emerging that Putin has held another Security Council meeting today, and this picture seems to be showing the mental space that he has left, which is quite small, a very, very small amount that's left. We've also been able to hear that according to some news that's coming out from the Moscow Times, which reports on news inside of Russia but is not a Russian state-run news outlet, an agricultural catastrophe is continuing to unfold across Russia as farming equipment is simply sitting idle due to a lack of fuel, with situations critical for seeding, watering, and harvesting, as diesel is required for all of these in agricultural processes inside of the Russian Federation. But before we continue to talk about this news of the agricultural situation, we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we got a couple of different pieces of breaking news right now. We are seeing that Ukraine's continuing their siege against the Sea of Azov ships that Russia's sending in to dock at Crimean ports. It looks like they're now up to 22 ships they've hit just tonight alone, which I believe that's their largest singular attack on any ships in the Sea of Azov that we've seen over the past 5 days. So we're seeing here on the NASA firm satellite for the fire signatures, we're seeing a couple of different blips here near the Sea of Azov and right near the, looks like the north part of the entrance to the Kerch Strait potentially. We're seeing some fire signatures there as well, which indicates that these ships have indeed been hit. And so far, 22 are confirmed. So that's a very, very large attack. Also, we have some breaking news. The U.S. president just put out a statement about Iran, a pretty threatening statement. Let me get it, though, because so far nobody's posted about it on Twitter. I'm going to post it on Twitter so that way we can read along. But Enforcer, tell us about the current Sea of Azov situation while I grab that.
While Matthew grabs that statement from the president, we have been able to see that the attack largely has concluded, as a report came out a little while ago that 22 ships have been hit over the course of this night's attack, which has now brought the number of ships that have been hit and knocked out by the Ukrainians in the Sea of Azov up to a total of 70 in the past 4.5 days. The firm satellite is corroborating that some ships are apparently burning quite profusely and can actually be detected by satellite. Other ships may have only faced more so burn scars and some other structural damage that has been posed to the vessels, but now may not be burning heavily enough to be picked up on the firm satellite yet. This still is confirming, however, that the attack is successful and has knocked out the largest number of ships that we've seen yet. Almost a quarter of the ships that have been knocked out in the past 4.5 days were just knocked out in the attack that's been happening live on air, as we've been talking about the news in the Middle East. We're about to be getting into a lot more of the news out of the Crimean area and also from the Sea of Azov very briefly, but before we get to that, we have to get to the statement from the President of the United States, which is going to return us back to the Middle Eastern situation, and we also have to talk about some of the major overarching developments in the Russian Federation, like the agricultural collapse, which is going to cause serious repercussions in the Russian Federation for the months to follow, and maybe even the years to come on top of that. So hopefully we'll be able to hear that that statement has been reposted by the President of the United States, and apparently we have it.
So the statement that was put out, I just want to screenshot it from Truth Social right now. Here's what the U.S. president just apparently posted right here on Truth Social. He said, 1,000 missiles are locked and loaded and aimed at the Islamic Republic of Iran, with thousands of more to immediately follow should the Iranian government act on its threat, pronounced in many corners of the globe to assassinate any U.S. officials. In this case, he's referring to himself, by the way, in this post right here. He said, orders have already been given that and the U.S. military is ready, willing, and able for a 1-year period of time, subject to extension, to completely decimate and destroy all areas of Iran. Praise be to Allah. I'm not making that up, by the way. It's actually, it says praise be to Allah at the end of it. That's, I don't know. I think he's mocking them when he says that. But it's a weird thing to say, though, because people that don't understand that's sarcasm might think that maybe he's converted to maybe a different religion or something, if he ever had one in the first place. But this sounds to me like they're really ramping up this whole situation with these threats from Iran to assassinate U.S. officials. They are really ramping that up quite a bit. So I'm wondering if this is all theatrics or if this is actually a credible threat and they're getting worried that Iran might carry something out. I can't tell which one it really is, to be perfectly honest. But Enforcer, what's your take?
It sounds like they're very concerned about an assassination. I don't mean to always have to ask questions, but we can't go to war with Iran for a full year if need be to reopen the strait. But if they try and harm a hair on his head, we can go to war with them for an entire year with 1,000 missiles. Like, it's like, isn't the priorities kind of a little bit odd there? It's like, if it pertains to the whole country of 360 million people, then we kind of just like deal with it, whatever. It might work out, it might not. But if there's ever any threat of harm against him, then we could go to war for a year. That's a little bit odd. It seems to me like either there's a credible threat that they're working off of right now, and they think that there's a serious chance that he could be taken out by an Iranian attack, or this is more so an attempt just to escalate the situation and make a justification for it.
Maybe. I'll be honest. This is kind of light. If Iran tries to assassinate a U.S. official, we should drop a nuke on Iran at that point if they try to do that. I know some people are going to take that as well, Matt. That's crazy. I mean, there's some lines you don't cross. If you start trying to take out our leaders, whether or not we like the leaders or not, other countries that don't have free reign to come try to take out our officials, whether or not we like the officials or not, they're elected. So there are people, whether or not we like them or not, other countries trying to come over and harm officials. It's like that's the most serious thing you can possibly do as a foreign country, which, in my opinion, would warrant nuclear weapons usage at that point.
Well, I mean, I would agree with that, but we did take out their supreme leader on the first hour. We kind of removed that of being off the table. Like Russia and Ukraine haven't even tried to go after each other, and I mean, literally, our first opening move was the masterstroke on Khamenei and wipe him out. Um, so I mean, we kind of like lifted that gate to where leaders are usually off the table. We kind of did that at the beginning.
Well, but the catch is, though, their people over there, they were not operating in a way whatsoever. They're operating like a terrorist regime. So Iran was wanting to, they were attacking the entire region. They're funding proxy groups to destabilize the whole region. They're trying to develop a nuke so that way they can nuke Israel. They can possibly nuke anybody in Europe or the United States. I mean, they're on a mission from hell, these Iranians are. And they're not, the United States isn't out there trying to go just take out Iran for the hell of it. I mean, Iran's actively like chanting death to America and death to Israel. So, I mean, if Iran wanted to mind their own business, they wouldn't have any problems. But they're picking fights with everybody, and they're picking fights with the biggest country on the planet. And eventually, if you bite the big dog too much, the big dog might just chomp back. And when the big dog chomps back, it's going to be really ugly. I would say that's a line there that if anything happened to a U.S. official, I would personally be in complete agreement that the U.S. should use a nuclear weapon on Iran. And if they want to take it there, I mean, maybe the people inside of Iran that don't like that should maybe say something and speak up to their wacko leadership before it comes to that point.
I don't really think that's a justification to use a nuclear weapon. Like that would be like saying Abraham Lincoln got shot by John Wilkes Booth, so now we need to genocide all the Southerners at the end of the Civil War to get, repercussions or some sort of reprisal for that. I feel like that might not really be the right kind of response. Then we're going to be entering a world where everyone's flinging nuclear weapons at every small country, because of that. I don't really think that would be the
Let me
appropriate
ask
response.
you.
Like conducting a ground invasion, I would say that would be appropriate, but nuking someone and then changing how the world interacts with each other in every way from then on over that, I'd say that's a bit too extreme in my opinion. I would say there has to be a serious response because this is the president of the United States, the elected representative of the republic. But a nuclear weapon, I think that's kind of going a little bit too far.
I wouldn't say so. I'm going to stick to my guns on that one. I think they're being somewhat light. Do you think if Iran went and tried to take out a leader of any other like superpower around the world, those countries would nuke Iran if they did that? If the situation was reversed, they would go do that 100%. I mean, if Iran's willing to do something like that and then they get away with it and then they keep working toward a nuke, I mean, that to me proves everything we need to know. That regime is so dangerous that at that point we have to resort to extreme measures. I would say at that point, because I mean, if we don't want to use nukes. Like I want to make it clear, by the way, I'm not for using nukes. I've said it before that we should definitely never use those. But in an instance like that, though, I mean that's about as serious as it gets.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, I mean, it's serious, but serious enough to use a nuclear weapon on Iran, for Russia to then use a nuclear weapon on Ukraine, for China to use a nuclear weapon on Taiwan, kind of serious. I wouldn't say it's that serious. I mean, like, we're basically getting into a world where the US or anyone else might not survive for the next several years. So I would say, clearly it clearly has to have a significant response if such a thing was conducted. But I think that nuclear weapons is generally off of the table. Like anything going up to the level of nuclear weapons is acceptable, but going all the way to, let's just nuke them over that, I don't really see that one. Because for another example, we didn't bomb out the Emperor of Japan or Hitler during the war. If they tried to conduct any assassinations or any attacks against us, in that regard. We fought the war and hoped to take them prisoner and then hold them accountable by the U.S. justice system. We didn't go
We
from,
didn't have nukes then, I don't think. Like, we had the nuke on to put it on Japan at the end of the war, but during all that Hitler business, we were still developing it, I think.
well, yeah, but I mean, when we had a nuclear weapon, we still didn't nuke the emperor and the Japanese government. We nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki as an example to them of what would keep coming around to Japan if they didn't surrender and to
Yeah, that's
that
even
government.
worse.
I don't really think so, man, because like, you know, to me at least, it's one like an assassination is one thing, but nuking someone is an entirely different sort of a ballpark. And also it like I have to say like not trying to be a devil's advocate here, but I mean regardless whether we consider Iran a terrorist state or not, we did knock out their supreme leader in minute one of the war. And so, the gloves kind of come off as far as government officials are concerned. If one side goes after government officials whenever they would like and knocks out as many of them, and then we act like ours are completely off of the table. I mean, like as far as rules for thee, not for me in foreign policy, that works, but in war, we try and work off of the same sorts of rules, and if you knock out their leader, it kind of insinuates that leaders are fair game at that point, sort of.
I don't know. Like I know I knew when I said that earlier it was going to get people fired up. I personally just think that there's lines that can't be crossed. One of them is taking out leadership like that. If you and rules for thee, not for thee. I mean, Iran's a terrorist state. The U.S. is not a terrorist state. So I would say there's a different standard going on here, at least in my personal opinion. Iran's operating in a totally different operating system than the United States. The United States isn't going around trying to pick a fight with Iran. Iran's picking a fight with us. So we responded to it by taking out their leadership inside of Iran. And it's not like they were like, innocent or they were just sitting over there minding their own business. They were actively funding and also operating against the United States and trying to harm U.S. citizens. So that's why, in my opinion, that was a different situation. Now Iran, instead of backing down and realizing this isn't going to go easy, now they're wanting to see if they can ramp it up even further. And now they're wanting to see if they can start crossing more red lines. And I would say at that point, I mean, if Iran's not wanting to back down, then we need to force them to back down at that point and let them know if you do something this stupid by starting to take out U.S. officials, then we're going to resort to the most extreme method possible. So are you sure you want to cross that line or do you not? And I would say that's a method of deterrence as well.
I mean, I would say, if you want to take that line, we'll go around and start bombing out all of your government officials again, and we'll get every last one of them this time. Don't even be mistaken on that thought. But, going to a nuclear weapon being used, it's that's jumping from this is a bad thing to going let's take the most extreme action we can, and also on top of that, like how many innocents die in the process of nuking them. Like if we nuke Tehran, like how many a million innocent civilians get killed in a response. I mean, they kind of it's kind of throwing, at least in my opinion, reason kind of out the window and just going with they did something absolutely atrocious, which requires a severe response, and then going into the absolute extreme as a result of going, let's kill maybe a million innocent people possibly to get back at them. I don't really think that's like like a reasonable response, at least to me.
Well, in what case? And also, by the way, I'm not saying that that's like good or anything like that. And also, obviously that's not good. Like when you describe the aftermath of it, it's not good. But I mean, it wasn't good either when we dropped a nuke on Japan to end World War II. That wasn't good either. But they did it. It ended the war, and now it's history. And now some people debate whether or not that was right or wrong. It did end the war, though. But I mean, there's a legitimate debate about whether or not that was right or wrong. But in what instances, though, do you think that it would be acceptable to use a nuclear weapon? Because we have them for a reason. So what's the red line to use a nuke?
As far as the U.S. nuclear doctrine, which is I'm a strong subscriber of and a believer of, it is when we are either under an existential threat where the United States will cease to exist because we're almost on the cusp of an unconditional surrender, or if another country uses a nuclear weapon on us preemptively. That's really the only justifications I see for nuclear weapons usage. Because outside of that, if we come up with conventional situations that require nuclear responses, we're really no better than the Russians at that point, because we keep going, the Russians are insane for threatening nuclear war in Ukraine. It's a non-nuclear country. And if we start to delve into the realm of conventional war against a conventional force, may require, if we just get unhappy with it, like they kill a general, we're going to just nuke a army group. We're kind of getting into the world of increasing the possibility of nuclear conflict in any given scenario in situations that might not even require a nuclear response. They might just require a stronger conventional response.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm just, I see in the poll here, it seems like I'm on the losing end of the argument, it looks like. But fair enough, though. Some people are going to disagree. I knew that, generally speaking. But at the same time, though, I'm still going to have to reiterate it. And I will go over the poll actually right now before I say that. The poll here says, should the U.S. use nuclear weapons on Iran in the event that Iran attempts to take out U.S. officials? 71% said no, that's too far in my opinion. And 23% said yes, only in that instance. And like I said, it looks like I'm on the losing end of the argument here, with the audience's opinion on this, which is understandable because obviously using a nuclear weapon is a hell of a step. That's a huge step to take. I'm not ignorant to that whatsoever. But I would say it's a hell of a step to take for a country like Iran, that's a terrorist state, to start trying to take out U.S. officials. I would say that's a red line, in my opinion, that if they cross something like that, then that warrants an extreme response. I would say it warrants it at that point. So I get where people are coming from that are feeling very opposed to that, but I would also at least like people to see that that's a huge red line for a country like Iran to cross. So, I can understand where people are coming from at least. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I'm with the 71%, because that's generally my camp. So I would be with the 71%. I mean, I get the frustration, I get the anger behind it. Like, I completely understand that side of what you're conveying and getting at. But I don't think that we should let our anger cloud our judgment into making a grave mistake that will affect how the world works for however much longer it would have left after making that kind of an action. And now I would say if the president was killed, and I want to make it incredibly clear, folks, that a lot of people do have their political opinions. Some people like the president, some people don't like the president, as with every single president that is ever elected in the office. But we have to take a step back and we have to look at this in a neutral perspective as far as the U.S. government is concerned, that the president of the United States is the elected representative of the republic in the executive branch. And if the Islamic Republic of Iran was to conduct an assassination on the president and was successful, that is a significant abridgment of our democratic principles in this country. They have used an act of violence to kill our elected leader and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and that requires the strongest of response, which in my opinion would be a conventional one, maybe a full-blown war against the Islamic Republic of Iran with the aim of unconditional surrender at all costs against the Iranian regime at that point, because they have quite truly shown to every measure, in every degree, that they are a terrorist state and they will conduct acts of terrorism and kill our elected officials at will at that point if they continue to exist and survive. So I would say if the president is assassinated, 100%, we are in a full-blown war, and we are in a war to win it and completely destroy and bury the Islamic Republic. But a nuclear weapon to me is going a little bit too far. Like, it's right up above a full-blown war, but it's getting from the line of being reasonable and making a rational response, at least in my opinion, to the situation, and going into the irrational that could have consequences that could change how we live or how long we live forever. And so I would generally be more with the 70% for that reason, and that's how I'd look at it, given the situation with our government, our constitution, and also the position that the president of the United States holds. But that would be my 2 cents on it, outside of that breaking news development. But moving us on out of that breaking news development, it started one hell of a rabbit hole right there. I never thought we'd get into a crazy one like that. I mean, we were in Moscow right there, and then we went right back down to Iran. But that would be my 2 cents on the situation, and I hope they all enjoyed the conversation. It was a very interesting one on all ends. But moving us on from that, we have been able to hear that inside of Moscow, we are hearing that there is an agricultural collapse. Moving us back out of that breaking news and back into our normal news schedule, we have been able to hear that apparently the situation is critical, and due to the lack of diesel, which agricultural machinery does require to be able to operate, currently the yields from the current summer harvest are exceptionally low, and it is believed that the fall harvests are going to be absolutely abysmal, if not non-existent, as far as the crop yields are concerned. This means that right now, Russia is running off of their stored food items, either processed food items or the current food items that are in grain silos and storage elsewhere throughout the Russian Federation. That might be able to last them maybe the next 4 months. But once the fall harvest comes around and completely fails due to the lack of their industrialized agriculture being able to successfully operate, we are going to start seeing that food shortages could start to grip the entirety of the Russian Federation, to where if somehow Russia miraculously recovers their actual transportation infrastructure and their transportation Russian logistics, they might not even have any food to transport at that point because of an absolute food shortage. So this could be a serious situation, of course, one that could be grave for Russia and its future. We've also been able to hear that in a confirmed report by Reuters, Ukrainian strikes on refineries have decreased Russian gasoline output on the daily by it falls to only 65% of demand, meaning that right now Russia is running a deficit in terms of the amount of fuel they produce and the amount of fuel Russia needs by 35% on every given day. This is such a level of shortage that it is absolutely really unrecoverable. There's really no way to fix this. Like missing 35% of the infrastructure within the Russian Federation, or more so the transportation abilities in the Russian Federation, is detrimental. Usually most systems are designed for a world-ending scenario of 10% of a loss of a system, or a 10% shortage. A 35% shortage is quite literally unheard of in most of the world, and is something we have not ever seen before. Mind you all, the oil crisis of the 1970s, or the fuel crisis of the 1970s in the United States, happened because I think it was something like 8 to 10% of the fuel supply in the United States was not being met. And that's what that looked like in the 1970s for a lot of y'all who were alive back then to see that. 35% is 3.5 times that volume of a shortage. So y'all can get an idea of how quickly and badly Russia is collapsing and why they're collapsing, considering that that is the very little amount of fuel that they are able to provide for their infrastructure and logistics. Moving us on out of Moscow, we've also been able to hear down in the area of generally the outer outskirts of Moscow that a refinery appears to have been cooking today. Not Kapotnia, by the way.
Damn. It's a Moscow refinery, isn't it?
Man, it is. I don't think this is the Kapotnia one though. Apparently, it's another one in Moscow. I never got the name of it though.
Yeah, I think some people were just calling it the Moscow refinery. That's what they were calling it. But I think it's a different one than the other Moscow refinery than we saw on fire the last time.
Yeah, I think it is. Like, and also, sadly, folks, like you're saying, all I got was it's the Moscow refinery. Well, I mean, wait a minute. That's Moscow City back there. We can find this. Like, we can find this, actually. I never saw Moscow City in the background before. So let me look up this way. Any refinery up this way that we can see? Anywhere up around here? Anywhere around here? Hello? No. So maybe it's this way. Maybe it's out here. Let's see here. I can't find this refinery, man. Like, nothing's pointing out at me and screaming that it's a refinery, which is kind of odd because it's definitely not Kapotnia, because Kapotnia wouldn't have a sight line to Moscow City. It's just way too far away. So this is close to central Moscow, but I can't find it, folks. I cannot find this thing for the life of me. So we'll have to. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is a power plant. Power plants usually have refineries nearby. I'm not seeing one. I cannot find this thing. So it is around the Moscow City area. It's within a couple of miles of it because we can see it in the foreground. But we don't know exactly where the refinery was inside of the city. However, Russian officials did come out today after that fire happened and did state that everything is fine. The Emircom of Russia denied information about an emergency at the Moscow oil refinery. We have not recorded any incidents at the facility, the agency reported. Meanwhile, there's a giant fire on one of the tanks at the facility. So seems to me like the Russians are, once again cutting the phone lines and stopping the spread of disinformation. But moving us on out of that little bit of news in Moscow, the oil depots and oil storage at Tver are also burning in the north as well, which we can see right here. Oh, it's still burning.
Some techno beats behind it too, so that way you got the message.
Actually, that's piano.
Oh. That sounds like music you'd hear on hold, like that do.
Oh yeah,
the mic won't pick it up either. But y'all know what I'm talking about. That like lame Cisco hold music that you hear every time you get on a corporate call.
Man, I was like, man, let me put you on hold.
Yeah, that's
it. Like, yeah, man.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's got that stupid xylophone in it, man. Do 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 do. Bro, it's like, oh my god, this is awful. I hate that whole music, by the way, folks, with a passion. But moving us on out of the Tver oil depot area, we've also been able to see that jet drone warnings were announced within the Bryansk area. But that was the alert. It's a red level of drone threat declared within the Bryansk Oblast. and it was reported within the area. We also were able to see the drone flight vectors of the ongoing drone attacks, which were all heading through Bryansk and on into Russia, according to the Russians, that is. Meanwhile, moving us on from everything that's been going on up in central Russia and the west, it's time for us to move on down into the south. And I've heard of many Russians say that the fuel shortages are bad, but the South will rise. Well, actually, sorry, that's a whole other thing. But anyways, moving us on from that and onto the area of the town of Azov, we have been able to see that a military plant was on fire and cooking within this area. Take a little look.
Yes. You have to love that they know their missiles well. Good one.
So apparently, folks, this one was an electronics facility that was involved in the production of electronic components that were used in the Russian war effort. We didn't get a lot of information or additional details on what kind of electronic components they were. It was really kind of vague. It was just electro-optical radar and precision systems for the defense industry. So we don't know exactly which ones they were. I mean, like, in a lot, you'll know, well, oh, that sounds pretty obvious. But it's not precise, though. It's like, which radar systems were they working on? What components, what precision systems. We don't sadly have the exact details of what those systems were, but it was involved in the production of electronics for those systems. And we were able to see in this longer clip that it is burning quite nicely. Man, I'm not going to lie, man. I'm having to kind of like cool myself down from what happened in the chat, man, when you said that, because it was like a nuclear bomb went off in the chat, man. I was like, oh my God. I was like, brother, it's going crazy.
I'm fighting for my freaking life, man.
Man, bro, you sat there and said, we ought to nuke him. Bro, the chat went like, literally, I was looking at the numbers. It's like 500 chats a minute for 7 minutes straight. I was like, oh my God. Like,
I'll be honest, man. I knew before I said it, I was thinking, should I say it? I was like, should I say it? This is the way I'm thinking in my head, but should I really say it? I was like, I'm saying it. Look, I'm saying it. Honestly, that kind of stuff pisses me off when I hear countries like that talking about they're just going to take out our leaders and stuff like that. That pisses me off extremely bad. Honestly, and like I said before, I can understand where people are coming from. Like the people that were disagreeing with it. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong for disagreeing with me. Like, fair enough. It's everybody's opinion on it. It's just, some people go like mental. Like some people, I give respect to everybody in the chat. Anybody has an opinion, even if I disagree with it, I'll still give people respect. That's their opinion. Some people can't tolerate a different opinion. They hear something like that and they're like, F you, F you. I'm like, you just get banned out of the chat. That's the result of that. It's like, we give respect to people in the chat. We just want some basic respect in return. But no, it doesn't bother me really.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. I was feeling the tension. I was like, oh, let's calm it down there. I was like, and I like my statement was like what I was actually thinking. But still at the same time, I was like, oh, let's calm it down, everybody. We got a little firestorm going on here. Damn. But anyways, here's the rest of the clip. And we can see it continuing to burn. Oh, look, we got a view from a bus.
They got literally every angle of this. Also, it's like this bus has fuel. I'm shocked.
Honestly, man, kind of shocking in its own way. But that's the end of that clip. And moving us on out of Azov, we also got to see the fuel depot in Taganrog at the port was also still burning today. And we got a really good view of it. It was right where we said it was, man. It was literally on those tanks.
Exactly right where we said.
Put another quarter into the enforcers are always right jar. Nothing like unabashed narcissism to settle a good day's discussion. But anyways, moving us on out the Taganrog area, it's now time for us to get to the real meat of the news that came here from the south. The convoy attack. There was one that just happened that we sadly do not have video and picture evidence of. It is the largest one yet. Ukraine has destroyed 22 ships within the area just north of Kerch about an hour or two ago, and hopefully we'll have footage of that coming out tomorrow. Sadly, we will not have it for this stream. Earlier on in the day, however, almost 20 hours ago at this point, we did see that the Ukrainians conducted another attack, and we were able to see that the ships were once again hit quite badly. This was the aftermath of the attack that we're about to show y'all in full form here in a moment on one of the ships. Call that thing a sizzler, 'cause it be cooking.
Well, it looks like it took the hit pretty well.
Kind of did, honestly. This one, at least. little bit of char damage up near the bridge. It seems like the drone hit right at the base of the superstructure, and apparently most of the explosive force were kind of just dispersed along the deck plating, so we didn't really see extreme damage, but it was moderate. This ship is going to have to go in for repairs. Also, there's the hole that the drone actually punched into the deck.
Oh, wow. You just fall to your death right there, basically, if you walk too far.
Man, this wind is loud as hell. Like, also, there's some shrapnel. Oh, this ship was empty, actually. Did you notice that? The cargo holds are empty.
So was it going to pick up stuff? Like, it wasn't going to pick up stuff from Crimea. Where was it going?
I guess out of Russia. Maybe they dropped something off in Russia because it's a bulk carrier, so they buy stuff in bulk. They're Costco guys. So I guess it dropped something off in Russia and was leaving, and then it got hit.
Interesting.
Interesting. We're Russian guys! Of course we drop off stuff at port in bulk. But we also are able to see more damage to another vessel. This one did not fare so well. The bridge is gone.
Oh.
See him just meandering up the deck. Oh! That's not buffing out. Pretty nasty stuff right there. Not good. Not good at all. That generally is called an inoperable ship because the bridge is no longer functioning. Now, it's time to get y'all into the clip where we were able to see in last night's attack, not tonight's, but last night's attack, 13 more ships were targeted and hit by Ukrainian drone forces. There's the first one. This is just the appetizer, though. Now, after these appetizer clips, we get into the real deal. Number 36. This is the 36th ship to get hit by the Ukrainian drones in the Sea of Azov. It is a stout ship, a fuel vessel that was hit right on the bridge. And there's the hit, off in the distance. Another drone saw it, quite luckily.
Also, a lot of people have been asking tonight. They're like, "Well, guys, are they sinking these ships right here, or are they not? Like, which one? What are they doing?" Honestly, it seems like they're really just disabling them. They're really not sinking the ships. I think we've seen Ukraine sink some ships before with aerial drones, but I think it's a little bit of a harder feat to pull off. You can easily sink a ship with a sea-based drone, like because they carry a larger payload. They hit lower in the water, so the water gets taken onto the ship and they sink. But the aerial drones, that's a little bit of a harder feat. So it's more about just rendering the operational area of the bridge to be ineffective, so that way the ship can't be piloted, and largely it's causing damage to the holds, I would say.
It's effectively knocking out the ship and also forcing them to pay millions in repairs to fix the superstructure and the bridge elements, which are necessary for the navigation and operation of the vessel. But sadly, because it's impossible to get a naval drone into the Sea of Azov from what we know, they aren't able to sink them. They're just able to knock them out largely and force them to either have to have significant repairs, which puts them out of operation for weeks or months, or they're able to cause enough damage that they might just be decommissioned because it would be too expensive to put them back into operation for the company that owns them. So that's generally what we know is going on with them right now. If these things were south, which sadly this wouldn't be the case right now with the Crimean situation, but if these supply ships were south of Kerch, they could be hit with naval drones on the waterline, and the vessels could take on water and actually sink. But because they're north of the Azov, the best they can do is cause enough damage to disable them or render them inoperable for some extended period of time. Oh, look, this one actually had some defenses. Didn't work, though. And also, while we watch this clip, we apparently have some breaking news coming out right now. Matthew, what do we got on that?
All right, so tonight is actually a night of history in the making. It's actually a legitimate historical occasion. Ukraine has carried out their largest single nighttime naval attack in the entire history of the Ukraine-Russia war. They have taken out 34 plus Russian ships in the Black Sea and the Azov Sea, according to the tracker tonight. That is historic news. That is the largest attack that Ukraine has ever conducted. And remember, Ukraine doesn't even have a navy, and they've just taken out 34 24 ships that were heading to dock or either going through the Sea of Azov on Russia's behalf. So that's truly remarkable to see that. That's a single day. That's almost the entire amount of ships that's been taken out over the last week in almost just one day. It's getting pretty close to it.
Man, honestly, I think that in one day they've knocked out what they did in the 4 prior days in a single night tonight. That's because they had only knocked out 38 of them up until right now, including this attack that we're watching. Well, actually, correction, they had knocked
48.
out 48. Yeah, correction. So they almost knocked out the number that they had up until that point just tonight. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I don't think Russia could do something like that, and they have a navy, and they couldn't even do something like that. Really, honestly, I think this solidifies at this point. Drones are not only a land-based threat; they're a huge sea-based threat too. It affects everything from ships, ground forces, ground vehicles, tanks, infrastructure. I mean, drones. There's literally nothing out of the reach of drones. It's literally the only multi-pronged weapon that you can use outside of a missile.
It's wild, man. The carnage they're laying out in the Sea of Azov. We also got another clip of one of these ships on fire in the middle of the day today from a local neighboring ship. That one's actually going down low in the water line from that fire.
Yeah, it kind of is, actually. I don't know if it took on some water in, like, maybe one of the compartments or something.
The captain wired in, he had water coming in, and the good ship and crew was in peril. You know that song, the Edmund Fitzgerald?
I think, yeah.
Yeah. but anyways, moving us on.
I'll take me home again, Gilly. Man, that was about as familiar as that song to me. I guess I've heard it somewhere.
Man, honestly, man, you gotta listen to it, man. It's the great story of the Edmund Fitzgerald. But moving us on from that and into the area of Simferopol, we also were able to see insanely high prices at the pump still. Right now, oblast-wide, it's 300 rubles a liter. That's about $14 a gallon. Pretty expensive. Actually, it's almost $15 a gallon according to Chris. So pretty expensive stuff. Damn. You know, I heard folks that a Crimean man was walking through the town of Simferopol and he bumped into someone because it was so dark because the lights are out because there's an ongoing blackout. And it turns out that it was a woman when he lit the match and he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry for bumping into you." It was a woman. And he said, "Oh my goodness, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I have to take you on a date." And she said, "I'm very expensive. You have to bring me to some place nice." And he said, "Oh, I know a place expensive." He brought her down to the local Rosneft gas station, and they had a gas station dinner. I've got to tell you, folks, it's a tough time out there in Simferopol. Oh man, I'm telling you, I get no respect around here. But moving us on out of that bit of news in Simferopol, we also got to hear that down in Saki, apparently some people were getting shocked. There were some reports of explosions in that area, and it didn't sound that good. What a tough time for them. And also, the Northern Coastal Defense Forces that try and stop the Ukrainian SOF teams from getting in, they too are also getting their fair bit of the work, because the 30th Marine Infantry Brigade is now flying drones all the way down to them and delivering explosives to them via Ukrainske Prime. And we see them here just finding these Russians out in the open. Look at that. Oh, look at Buhanka. Actually, that's a Kamaz. That's a itty-bitty Kamaz. Look at that little thing. Is it? No, it's a Ural. It's a Ural 4320. My goodness, I'm so confused. And he's kind of toasting. We can also see another drone's coming in as I hear Matthew's keys clicking around in the microphone right there. For some reason, it picked that up. We can also see them hitting a fuel tank and cooking this one up as well. I literally heard, man, like you're doing like shift tab or something.
You know when Matt's tapping on the keys, he's cooking up some straight fire in the poles, and there's the fire right there.
Oh, beautiful perfection. Man, the poles are the best, folks. We love the poles.
I have the best poles. They say he does poles so good. They said, sir, it's almost like a pole dancer, sir. They dancing around those poles. Look at them. They're not sure about which option to pick. It's so cute, that indecision. They look at the pole and they said, sir, make up your mind. You know what you're talking about. You're like a jerk. You're like a jerk.
I have the greatest Poles. I like reach into my polo pocket on my shirt and I pull out like a tiny, like 3-inch tall Polish person and they go, Bubba Kurva. Oh yes, the greatest Poles. Like it's like surely the finest.
I might have to go to Poland and run for president because I said, we have the best Poles, sir. We have the best. They love me, sir. The best Poles. They said they got to vote for me. They got to. I need dual citizenship. That's what they said. Dual. That means two. It's a brand new thing. Quadro. That means two. But you have to understand. It's something you have to understand. You love the Poles. You love the Poles, sir. Poland. Poland. That's what they call it.
Real shit. Like a new country, just made it up, never existed before. But moving us on into the Ukrainian frontline news, it's time for us to get on up into Kyiv. And we've been able to hear some interesting stuff out of Kyiv today. For one, according to Zelensky, he said Ukraine has the support in Putin's camp on the issue of ending the war. That's very mysterious. Kind of makes you wonder what the hell that means. Does that mean there's a mole in the Russian inner circle? A rat? Somebody who's starting to try and work with the Ukrainians on the side to try and end the war? We don't know, but it sounds promising. We've also been able to hear as well that a new round of sanctions is going to be implemented by the United States of America, and a U.S. bill on hella sanctions has just been passed into law against the Russian Federation here in the United States of America. So we do understand that more crippling sanctions will be implemented against the Russian Federation by the United States of America in support of Ukraine, as the United States now appears to be actively shifting from a position of trying to mediate the conflict or largely take Russia's side, is the best way to put it, to now they're starting to take Ukraine's side in the conflict and is actively assisting and helping them out in that matter. Moving us on out of the area of Kyiv, we've also been able to hear within the location unknowns that the Ukrainians are starting to use some of the older, obsolete air defense missiles like the S-200s here as ground-to-ground strike missiles. I've never seen such in my life. This is the first time ever. So here's the clip. You can hear it spooling up over there. It's quite loud, really.
Oh, wow.
Those things are nuts. Like, those things are crazy. And off it goes, please.
Also, by the way, do you have the picture, by the way, of Zelensky?
Which one?
The one where he was laughing his ass off?
Oh, no, I didn't put that one up, actually. I deliberately didn't add it. I was like, that's interesting.
Go grab it, by the way. Go grab it, because, you know, people are skeptical for good reason that maybe the U.S. might not really be on Ukraine's side for too long. But just show this picture out of the likes tab. This is a big change. Here you go. That's a big change right there. That look on Zelensky's face is pure joy. And also, you know, we got the other one here wearing an orange tie of all things. But yeah, Zelensky seems very happy. Seems like a big change right there. I don't even know really what made the change. I really don't know, because, you know, they're saying, oh, he only respects winners. But it's like Ukraine's, you know, been winning. They've been winning for a while. It's not something new. So I don't know. Like, to me, it seems like nothing's really changed. All of a sudden, it's just a random flip toward Ukraine. But I'm glad to see Ukraine is being treated right, at least for now.
I gotta be honest with you. I gotta be straight up honest with you. I'm having a good time. Zip, zop, zippity bop. The Islamic Republic of Japan. Any questions for Putin? Wow, that's crazy, Mr. President. Would you like an FPV? Like, man, like, would you like
You know what this looks like? You know when you buy a car at the car dealership and the dealership wants to take a photo, say, look, we just put him in a brand new car. The president looks like a car salesman who just sold Zelensky a brand new like Nissan or something.
20% APR.
It really does. It's like a car dealership photo, like the used car salesman who sold Zelensky on something, and Zelensky has no clue that he just got like wrangled into a bad interest deal.
He bought this brand new 2026 Dodge Charger, Scat Pack version for $80,000, 0 down, 25% APR. That's the picture. Like that's the picture right there from the dealer. Someone needs to Photoshop a brand new Dodge Charger Hellcat back there behind the two of them. It would be a car dealership.
I mean, honestly, the president has like in this picture, at least right here, he has the demeanor of like the general manager of a car dealership or something. Like when they pull out the manager and they're like, okay, so what can we do to put you in this car today? It's like, I mean, honestly, like he kind of has that look.
Hang on. You know what? I'm actually going to spend a minute. I'm going to spend a minute, man. I got to do this. I got to do this now. I got to do this. Okay, I have to. So let me really quickly do something here, folks. Let me Hold on, folks. It's hopefully going to be quick. It just takes a second. I'm so sorry, folks. Matthew, would you like to filibuster for a minute and tell people how this picture makes you feel or something like that? Like something interesting, something fun.
This picture here, it gives me chills down the spine in one respect, and in another respect, it's just very joyful to see Zelensky smile after all this trouble right here. Really, it's just such an interesting moment, and also the orange is in such contrast with the skin tones here. Very, very much so. That orange is almost as orange as the tan that's going on here in this photo. Not quite, but sort of somewhat. I would say burnt orange is more of the tan color. The pumpkin orange is the tie that we're looking at here. So
I got it.
it's just really interesting, and also NATO and OTAN. What was they spelled NATO backwards? Just for the people that are maybe like a little bit side-eyed or something like that. They can't see straight. They gotta see the word backwards. That way they know what it says. But anyways, though, that's enough of the analysis. And Force, what do you have?
We just got this fine young man into a brand new Ram pickup truck. Look at it. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful.
It works perfect.
He does.
It literally is perfect. It is too perfect. This is almost wrong. Are we sure this picture is wait a minute, are we sure this picture is real? Let me go double check this real quick. Let's see here. Everybody's saying it's real. That is too, this has to be a meme on our page. I have to put this on our page.
Zelensky just got a brand new Ram truck, $80,000, $0 down, 25% APR. It's an incredible deal. One of the best, one of the most beautiful.
This is crazy, man. Honestly, this is the most on point thing I think I've ever seen in a meme in probably years. Actually, this is insane. He could be a car salesman, man. He could be a used car salesman.
Man, I had to whip this shit together in 30 seconds, man. Bro, I was trying so hard to do this fast, man, because you were filibustering for it. I was like, you can't filibuster for long. Like, I put him on the spot here. But I hope y'all have enjoyed this fresh meme cooked up right here. Yeah, I might want to screenshot this because this is a Mozart, right? Well, not he's more of a musician. I always say a Mozart whenever I make a good thumbnail. But this is more of a who's a good painter, Matthew? Not Picasso. A Van Gogh. This is like a good Van Gogh. So take a little screenshot of this. Start sharing it around. Like, it's honestly pretty decent. So, with that, it's time for us to move on out of that little deal and on into the rest of the news that we have for the night, now that we've gotten a fresh meme out. So moving us on from that, we have also been able to see that the Russians are now into upgrading Buhankas. It's not just something the Russian Gopniks are doing out there on the front. Companies are now getting involved in upgrading the Buhanka. And Matthew, we have found today what the peak evolution of the Buhanka becomes. Are you prepared for what we're about to witness?
Let's see it.
This is the peak of the Buhanka.
It almost looks like that storm chaser truck that dude has out there. The one that like lowers down and spikes into the ground when the tornadoes pass over. It kind of looks like that, except this one's not going to survive a tornado, and the other one will.
This thing ain't surviving squat. Bro, it's the Scooby-Doo van armored up. Like, this thing ain't doing nothing.
It looks like tent poles that they stuck on the side of it. It doesn't even look like it's solid.
Like, Zoink Scoop, I think that's an FPV. Ruh-roh Raggy. Oh my god, they're presenting this thing like it's a real deal. Look at that. Here we have armored bullshit. The armor is literally paper thin, made of cardboard, and has giant sticks on it. But this is apparently the peak Buhanka, from what we now know. It's not.
Yeah, and also this looks. You know how like in the Chernobyl miniseries about the disaster, they had the military commander for the Russians. He got in a truck that was like leaded out with like lead sheeting all over it, so that way he could get closer to the reactor to take a reading off the Geiger counter. It looks like what they rigged up to do that. It's got the same look.
It's not 3 Rontgen, it's 30,000. Like someone's about to hop out of that thing and say that, and they go running out of the expo. But moving us on from that bit of news, we also were able to see this Ukrainian Mi-24 and this pilot, aka the Demon, flying over Ukraine. Here's the clip. Okay, well, that's very copyright. Like, man, I heard that one riff and I was like, damn, our life flashed before our eyes. But look at this beautiful flight over the foggy morning of the Ukrainian plains. Oh, wow, that was a sharp turn right there. It must be so much fun to fly these.
At least the Ukrainians can fly their helicopters, unlike the Russians with their, several hard landings.
It was a hard land. And then they show a picture of it, literally torn to shreds. It was a bit of a hard landing. Man, the Russians are the kings of under-exaggeration. Like literally, Moscow could get blown up. They'd be like, there was a minor issue. Like, it's like, what do you mean, minor? But moving us on from that, we also have the Russian casualty report for the past 24 hours, and aw, no more Bobcats, sadly, for today at least. It's a tragedy, really. But Mestiza Keeper of the Record stated that troop losses for the 7-day average have risen to above 1,300. 2 months to 1.5 million drones hit 400,000. 8 ground robotic complexes is tied for the 10th highest day, which is sadly not shown. But over the past 24 hours, 1,460 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 6 APCs, 339 supply trucks, 1 main battle tank, 52 artillery pieces, 1,868 drones, 1 MLRS, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. And I've got to say, quite an impressive day, to say the least. Moving us on out of that and on into the frontline areas, the Ukrainians were doing a little bit of damage to the Russians in the 119th TDF today along the front. No, we do not. Like, bro, no.
I don't know. The chat's going too slow. 100 chats a minute. We need to get that thing back up to 500 chats a minute.
Man, bro, dude, I gotta ask. Were you possessed by the spirit of Viktor Solovyov? Like, in Russia, man, he said, if they do this, we nuke them. I was like, I don't know. I was like, no, we nuke them.
Soloviev threatens to nuke people just because the war is going badly. I would never say something like that. That's crazy talk. That's legitimately crazy talk, which is what we make fun of the Russians for. But, I mean, if the Russians said if somebody does something to Putin, they were going to nuke whoever did that, I mean, I would kind of like halfway understand that to a certain degree. So I'm like, well, that is crossing a pretty big red line. But, you know, Russia threatens nukes over literally everything. But, you know, I don't want to get the people riled up once again. I don't want to have to cause people high blood pressure problems.
Oh, no, not at all. Like, as someone who suffers from such an affliction, it is not good for elevated blood pressure to permeate your body and your heart system, your cardiovascular system for long periods of time. But we also were able to see the 33rd Brigade here up near Kupiansk taking care of some of the Russians within this area.
And also, for the people asking, that does not count as your daily cardio. The fact that you got your heart rate up is what I said.
What he's saying is that we all need to get outside and touch grass.
Exactly.
Also, I don't know what the hell that thing was. It was like the yellow egg of a dinosaur, but they blew it up. There it is again. And now they're hitting this little pad thing in front of it. Now they're dropping some
Like you redneck said, don't backtrack, Matt. I'm not backtracking a single inch. I'm not backing up an inch. I'm staying right where I'm at. I'm just not reopening. I'm not relitigating the topic. That's all.
Man. You said that, man, and I looked over and I was like, oh, that's an interesting point. I was like, well, I don't know. And then as soon as I started saying that, man, what you said finally made it to the chat after the delay, and the chat started going 500 chats a minute. I was like, oh. I was like, this is apparently like that climate change topic. It's like, this is a big deal to people. Like,
I'll be honest, man. I'm usually the one that usually doesn't say anything too controversial. Like I usually my opinions are generally like pretty tame, like most of the time. You brought up that climate change thing. You brought up like the A10 back in the day. I can put like them all on like 10 fingers, like all the ones you brought up. Man, it's rare that I bring up something that gets people riled up quite like that. Tonight I got the chat going. It might be a chat record actually that got set tonight. I hadn't seen 500 chats a minute in probably like months.
Also, by the way, if y'all don't believe it, I can actually show you my control room right now. This was the part right here, and the numbers are always underinflated. But that giant spike right here is what happened when that was brought up. Of hey, let's nuke them, and it did that immediately. Went from like 60 chats a minute all the way up to 300, and kind of like hovered in the 300 to 200 range for the next 7 minutes. Like the chat literally went mental.
I caused an earthquake on the Richter scale with that conversation. That's insane. I literally shook the ground of the chat.
Man, dude, you should have seen it, man. When I was looking at the control room, it was like reading the radiation detector at Chernobyl. Like, it immediately just started skyrocketing. I was like, oh. I was like, oh, no. Oh, shit. That's gotten people going. But moving us on from that, we've also been able to hear within the Liban area that the Ukrainians were conducting a drone attack on a forest belt. This was filmed by a Russian. So this is the Russian point of view of a Ukrainian drone attack on their position.
Oh my god. Dang. What the hell just happened?
Man, they're getting swarmed by a Ukrainian drone group. This is what the front looks like right now, by the way, folks, around the town of Lehman. Dude, this is like the Second World War out here. Oh my god. And they just keep coming.
Oh my god.
The Russians are trying to shoot them down, but we haven't seen them successfully shoot one down yet. And now when you see the aftermath of one of their small ammo caches burning, and a couple of more down the tree line also burning after the attack. This happens every night, mind you all, in the Lehman front. Every single night. And this is one of the few times we ever got to see this from the Russian point of view on film. So whenever we watch those drone clips, Matthew, that sometimes you tell me off here, you're like, oh man, they kind of get like mundane, and I would agree, they do get mundane. This is what it looks like from the Russian POV of what those attacks are actually turning into. So what we see on the Ukrainian end is the clinical side of just the camera with no audio, they're adding in music, and they're just dropping the bombs on them. On the Russian end, this is what this actually looks like. Just to play for y'all again, this is what that is. Oh, I mean, that's insane. Like, when you really see it from their end. Huh?
What was that thing that was like scooting across the sky after the impact? What is that, like a thing scooting across right here? A shooting star?
It's like a burning fragment of some, like some explosive from the drone or from the position they just blew up. So it's a little burning chunk of something flying through the air from whatever just got blown up to the right.
That's just crazy. That was a lot of stuff happening at once that video started. Multiple impacts, anti-air fire going off. It's crazy, really.
Man, we got to watch the first part again, because I mean, it's like legitimately the craziest thing. For overstimulation. I just gotta say, man, this whole clip is insane. It really puts you there on the front of what the terror is and what it really looks like when these Ukrainian drones attack the Russians. And we're not seeing it from the Ukrainian drone operators' POV. We're looking at it from the people they're attacking. It really gives an idea of how crazy the front line still is at this point, even with infantry hardly going up against each other anymore.
Yeah, that's the part I was about to say right there. It's like they hardly have direct battles these days. Like, because like 90% of the deaths on the front lines for the Russians are by drone attacks, like this one we're seeing here in the video. So it went from like less than, like, I would say a year and a half ago, we saw like direct ground battles constantly between the Russians and the Ukrainians. Now it's gone to pretty much mostly drone battles for the most part, like this one. So it seems like Russia would optimize their defenses purely for drone attacks, but I don't think they're able to adapt to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild, man. It's just absolutely crazy. We also got another clip from here showing us the Ukrainian POV of these attacks. So once again, to show y'all, this is what we always see almost every day from the Ukrainian side of what these attacks look like. But the other clip we saw was what the Russians see in these attacks. When you can't hear what's going on the ground, it really changes the perspective. It kind of just makes it, oh, it's just another drone hitting a target again. Instead of it's hell on earth down there, they've got screaming, little hornets of death flying at them from every angle. We see them hitting an ATV. And it's now burning to the ground, and now they're going to hit the vehicle next to it, covered in the net. And they hit the electronic warfare system on top. It looks to be a Buhanka of some sort, a very bad off one, and they just made it worse off. We now see them hitting a Russian APC of some sort. Hard to tell which one it was. It was covered in too many drone cages. We now see them hitting some additional vehicles as well. This appears to be some sort of a ATV of a sort, one of the Chinese provided ones. And that's the end of the clip, but still showing us a little bit of the work in that area. Before we move on out of the Lehman front and down towards Konstantinivka and Pokrovsk, it does appear that a lot of people have been weighing in on the poll about the 48, I believe it's now 70 ships that have been destroyed by the Ukrainians in the Sea of Azov, and whether or not Russia is going to start running out of ships. And I think with 70 of them knocked out in 4.5 days, I think the answer is very certain on this one. But Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so it's clear that Ukraine has started a brand new strategy of attacking all these different cargo ships and tanker ships that Russia's sending near the Kerch Strait and the Sea of Azov and also the Black Sea as well. Ukraine is literally opening up the floodgates for attacking those ships nonstop for at least 4 days straight so far. So now we've seen somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 plus ships getting taken out. Now it's more than 48, just literally as the stream's been going on tonight. So will Russia run out of ships? 63% said yes, they will run out of those ships. 21% said, Russia will probably end up putting a stop to ships passing near the area to save them. And 8% said no, defenses are being formed by the Russians soon. So the only defenses Russia has is they're trying, like, as we saw in that video that just came out a while ago, we see that the Russians are adding some defenses to the ships, and also we're seeing that some of the Russian fighter jets are trying to shoot down these drones one by one, which is highly inefficient to say the least. And outside of that, it's Ivan with the Gush gun on the coast, which can't hit anything to save his life. So I think Russia will end up running out of these ships. They really can't stop the ships from going through because that's literally the only lifeline to Crimea. And if Ukraine takes those out or Russia stops sending them, it'll literally be doomsday instantly for Crimea at that point. Literally nothing getting in or out. So I would say the Russians will keep sending them and they'll keep getting hit left and right. And I think they're going to run out of ships, or the ships may be too scared to go. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. I'm with the 63% as well. I think that at some point, with these attacks continuing nightly, Russia is simply going to run out of the type of ships that are available to be able to sail up the Don and gather supplies and then sail out to Kerch to try and drop them off in Crimea. And at this point, that might be happening very soon and might be something that we're going to watch in real time within the next few weeks if this keeps up. Meanwhile, moving us on back into our breaking news, we also were able to see the 55th Artillery Brigade of Ukraine working against Russian forces near to Bakhmut in Chasiv Yar. Oh, a Budana. Very rare to see these days. And we see them in the 55th Brigade. You're like, hello, this is the Skiff. And we're blowing the shit up out of Russians with the Budana. And now we can see them showing the film of that. You see them doing all of the work, tabulating the information, getting the next rounds ready to go. Using drone reconnaissance as well to guide the artillery. Impressive work. Moving us on from that, we also got to see the Ukrainians firing at Russian forces with a Humvee MLRS system. Pretty neat. And we're going to have to mute that, but we can see the MLRS firing right there. Kind of cool to see a Humvee MLRS. And here's the impacts downrange.
Also, I saw Brittany Coy say in the live chat, what's in those ships that Ukraine's hitting with the drones near the Sea of Azov? I hope it's not anything that's going to hurt the sea. Unfortunately, it is. But, unfortunately, in the war, we've seen a lot of environmental side effects come out of like these oil refinery attacks. They're blowing up and then sending oil rain all over the place, which is obviously a huge ecological hazard. It's just unfortunately part of it. When they hit the tanker ships, we've already seen oil slicks start near the Sea of Azov. That's already been a thing that's happening over the last 24 hours. So it's unfortunately having a bad side effect to it, but it's I guess on one hand, I guess you could say it's better than Crimea still being held by the Russians, but it's obviously not good though.
In short, them fish be choking on that fuel the way it be leaking. But moving us on into the Konstantinivka area, we also got to see the Russians trying to drive towards the town of Konstantinivka to resupply their forces. Oh, dame yo, man. But anyways, we can see them driving down the road, and there's a lot of destroyed supply vehicles through here. So many, it's hard to almost get through the road these days. Kind of tough.
A trophy to their prior successes.
A testament to the resiliency of the Russian supply lines, or the lack thereof. Dang.
You gotta have balls of steel. I will say this, not that they have a choice anyway. They got to go when they're told to go, but you kind of got to have balls of steel to see all this destruction and death along the road and still keep going full throttle into the situation.
Yeah, you gotta really think though. All these vehicles that have been destroyed, all the fuel that's leaked out. This has to be affecting the trout population in a negative way.
Yeah, probably. Oh, those carp.
Oh, those carp. But moving us on out of the Konstantinivka front, and we also get to see the Ukrainians doing their own supply run to Dobropilya. Take a gander. Oh, they got that real copyright. Everybody's running that real copyright music these days. It's like kind of walking into a minefield for us every night because it's like, how badly are we about to get it from YouTube's copyright system? The average day in a supply run for the Ukrainian armed forces right here. Pretty wild stuff to watch.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of chassis this is. This thing's riding on. It was like a Ford for a minute, but I couldn't tell.
I can't really tell either. It looks like the armored car looks to be a Novator. Oh, this was running on rims. This was running in the mud. In short, the supply guys, they keep the food coming. We also were able to see Russian forces getting taken out by the Predator unit. Oh, look at that. They took one out. You know, it's kind of funny. The Predator unit. I thought that guy was in prison right now.
Not all of them are in prison.
Well, that's something. Anyways, we can see them blowing away these drones out there on the front lines. Like, I kind of realized there's not really a lot of places I can go with that joke, so we're just going to move on into the commentary.
Yeah, that was a dead end.
Like, I kind of just made the one-liner, and I was like, well, there's not really a lot more we can do with that. Also, we were able to see near Rodinsky, the Russians getting hit by a GBU-62. Look at this American firepower. Oh, Jose, can you see? It's beautiful. Look at that. They took out a whole apartment block with it. Meanwhile, further
Also,
on
by the
down-
way, it was unoccupied. Just to let everybody know, it was unoccupied.
Well, yes, of course it was, except for the Russian soldiers in there. But we can also see here the Ukrainian armed forces targeting more Russians in the field around Pokrovsk.
Also, I've seen everybody talking about this tonight. Like every time the U.S. government releases a video about this, everybody like chews it up. Honestly, like in one respect, I understand it, but they released a new UFO video from the Department of Defense or something like during their UFO investigation. Everybody's got everybody's attention again. I reposted it on Twitter.
Oh, really? Do we need to look
We'll
at that?
check it out. Oh no, we'll check it out during the question segments. You know, it's the usual. It's like possibly camera artifacts and stuff like that. So that's that type of thing.
Oh, you know, that old running the interference trick. An old trick in the book. But we can see the Russian air defenses here in action around Donetsk City in the supply lines. 2 smoking machine guns and a burning supply truck. Also some loon. My hands are black with gun oil. What are you, a wimp? I thought the Russians were hardcore. He's like, look at my hands. Like, how sad. This is also...
Working 5 hours in the ball crushing factory, getting greasy.
My collar's blue, but my neck is red.
Oh, no. Anything but that, please. I think they use that in Guantanamo.
I just working like a... Oh, this is a repeat. But working like a dog just to keep my family fed. We also got to see the roadniks here getting into a special road accident in the special military operation, in the special military operation zone. They going too fast. Way too fast. Now it is time for them to eat the pavement. Hopefully it. 'Twas a crash. Not a good one. In the words of that one guy, Matthew, that you showed me that video on a long time ago, we're gonna crash! But moving us down and in the area of Mariupol, we also were able to see the Russian supply trucks continue to get hit and boing. That sounds like there's music in the background that scares me. We're muting that. But that one overturned, actually. Dang. It just ain't the supply lines they used to be. And also, moving us on from that, we also were able to see the drone attack vectors in the south in the ongoing drone attack that we've heard of right now. And so, folks, without further ado, it's time for us to move on up to Kyiv and finally get to a speech from the president of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, after he bought a Dodge Hellcat at the dealership today with the greatest salesman that's ever been seen. So, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні є нові результати наших сил оборони в далекобійних санкціях проти Росії. Бензинова криза в Росії поглиблюється цілком справедливо у відповідь на небажання Путіна закінчувати цю війну. Ми дали пропозиції, як наблизити мир. Маємо підтримку не тільки серед партнерів в світі, а також і серед оточення Путіна щодо миру. Там розуміють, що відбувається і що мир не має альтернативи. Це враження буде в Росії збільшуватись. Сьогодні наші далекобійні удари досягли кількох регіонів самої Росії, а також об'єктів на тимчасово окупованій території України. Я дякую нашим воїнам за влучність. Добре іде операція і Служба безпеки України по далекобійним санкціям. Будемо цей напрямок ще посилювати. У наших воїнів має бути значно більше можливостей досягати російських окупантів саме там, звідки вони в Україну несуть війну на території Росії. Сьогодні я підписав указ про створення у складі Збройних сил спеціального командування далекобійного, фактично глобального впливу на Росію за цю війну. Це командування повинно зосередити 100% наявних ресурсів для того, щоб ще відчутніше знизити російський потенціал війни. Командувач на цьому напрямку буде сильний і точно максимально досвідчений. Другий за цей день буде проведена необхідна трансформація штурмових військ. Багато є питань, проблеми, які треба вирішити. Передусім, уставлені до людей. Правоохоронні органи роблять процесуальні кроки, також на рівні управління штурмовими військами будуть зміни. Сьогодні я підписав указ про створення об'єднаних сил швидкого реагування. Це має бути нова складова Збройних сил України, яка поєднає в собі боєздатність штурмових військ, необхідну безпілотну складову, необхідну артилерійську складову та інші засоби для максимально оперативного реагування на фронті. І це має бути сучасна штурмова складова, технологічна. Командувачем об'єднаних сил швидкого реагування має бути досвідчений військовий, бойовий командир. Я сьогодні говорив з героєм України Дмитром Волошиним і визначив його для виконання цього завдання. Бригадний генерал Волошин, командир 8-го корпусу ДШВ, здатен забезпечити подальший розвиток спроможностей Збройних сил України у цьому напрямку. Ще одне. Важливо, щоб дипломатична команда України діяла значно активніше з нашими партнерами. Кожен день тривають російські удари. Харків, Суми, Конотоп, Херсон, Київ, Київська область, Нікополь, інші міста нашої Дніпровщини, Кривий Ріг, Одеса, Чорноморськ, міста Донеччини, наше Запоріжжя. Кожен день потрібні відчутні кроки у допомозі партнерів України. Все, про що ми домовлялись на рівні лідерів, має виконуватись швидко. Бажано, дуже швидко. Кожен день потрібен цей результат. І те, що стосується відносин із нашими сусідами в регіоні, будуть кроки на посилення нашої дипломатії. Україну мають чути і мають розуміти наші українські національні інтереси. Я хочу подякувати кожному, хто на Україну працює, хто заради України воює і хто допомагає нам захищати людей і захищати нашу незалежність. Слава Україні!
Героям слава. And with that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1598 of the news from around the world. Do y'all realize something, folks? Do y'all realize something really sad? Today is a Friday. No, actually, it's very nice. It's very nice, actually. Now that I just realized that, I had to do the math.
No, it is Friday.
It is Friday, folks. And it's day 1598. Matthew, do you know what Sunday is going to be?
The fundraiser day.
Day 1600. We're actually going to be on air for that.
Oh, yeah. We'll definitely be on air for sure.
Yes, another 100 days has gone by. Another 100 days of news, 3.5 to 4.5 hours at a time, like tonight. And I gotta say that we're absolutely honored and greatly appreciative of each and every single one of y'all having been here over the course of the stream tonight. We had a peak viewership of 18.4 thousand people. Damn, that's a lot of people. And I also got to say that all 103,000 of y'all who have been here either right now or throughout the whole show, we thank yous. We thank yous all greatly because each and every single one of yous, every last one of yous, has been around here for quite some time, for quite some minute watching this news here, and I hope that we've done y'all all a justice and a service again. Someone said in the chat, I don't understand y'all's humor. It doesn't correlate. It doesn't resonate with me. Well, that's okay. That's okay. Because we've been doing this for 4.5 years, and apparently some people get the humor. Like, a few of them do.
Are you sure it's our humor, or is it your humor receptors that's the problem? That's the question. Are you so confident that it's the humor, or is it you? Honestly, it could be the humor.
Let me ask you something. Does everybody find the late and great Dave Chappelle hilarious? No.
Bro, he's still alive.
Well, yeah, the late and great. You know, he's
But he's not late, man. He's alive. That's what you say. Late if somebody's passed away.
But as of late and great Dave Chappelle. Does everybody find him funny? No. But is he funny? Oh, hell yeah. That's my opinion, at least. Is Rodney Dangerfield funny to you? No. Well, he's funny to some people. He made a living doing it. And are we funny? No. But do some people find us funny? Yes. And that's what makes the dream work. You see, I'm sorry to you, but that's how the world works. That's how the cookies crumble. Not that I really like crumbly cookies. I kind of like my cookies soft, you know? Because they're better that way. They're fresher that way. But anyways, folks, it's enough of this bullshit. It's time for us to move on. Just cut down straight to the meat. It's time for us to move on and into the second segment of the stream. What?
He said, what? You going to do what? Say it again.
I said cut straight down to the meat of the issue. I said we're going to be moving on. That's what I said.
You didn't say of the issue. I didn't hear that part a minute ago, but we'll leave that be.
All right, odd flex, but all right, we'll take it. But anyways, it's time for us to get on into the question segment where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is it going to be an absolute blast? Is it going to be a fun time? We get to talk about literally anything and everything. We get to talk about what y'all are doing, where y'all are, what y'all want to talk about, what in the world's going on in the world, whether nuking Iran is an appropriate response or not. Maybe we'll leave that one alone. Maybe we'll leave that one on the top shelf or somewhere there for now, at least. You know, some people, it's a thing. But anyways, Matthew, please take it away. What do we got?
All right. So in the meantime, I've been scanning for more breaking news. The latest breaking news we have is Ukraine has conducted a historic night of strikes in the Sea of Azov tonight, with 34 ships apparently being taken out just this evening. So that's obviously some very big news with that. In the meantime, though, there's really not much else happening right now. Obviously, that's a huge story with the Sea of Azov thing, but outside of that, it's pretty much calm, except for the Truth Social post and the possibility that maybe Iran might need to be nuked if they try to take out any officials, possibly. But we'll leave that one. Leave that one in the past. Don't talk about the war. But moving on to our super chats here. Our first one is going to go to none other than Norwegian, who put in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Norwegian, for that support right there. And we do appreciate that very much. They threw in 1,000 NOK, which is a Norwegian kroner. And they said, the U.S. worldview, everyone but me suffer, nah, if you crumble a hair on my something, atomic response.
And I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Norwegian. And thank you so much for the incredibly massive support. You're helping this channel to keep on running, helping it to keep on running. We're always greatly appreciative of that. We thank everybody for the incredible support. And as far as it goes, how I look at it, like, this is kind of like my view of it. Like, if I was the president and I got taken out, it kind of just comes with a job. Like, I don't mean to say that as in, like, it's no big deal, but, well, I mean, like, you know, you take on a job, like we take on a job on the show, you know, we have lunatics threatening us with death every day. I kind of just accept that comes with the territory of speaking publicly and having, you know, millions of people listen to us. It just kind of comes with the territory of that thing, you know. It's like, that's wrong. Yeah, it is wrong, but I mean, you know, it's just life, really. And when it comes to that kind of a thing, like, if I was the president and they were like, Mr. President, there's some guy out there who wants to get you, I'd be like, well, I kind of expected that. That just comes with the job. But at the same time, though, on the other end, when it comes to a foreign country assassinating a government official like the president or a Congress member or a Supreme Court justice, those are the top officials of the federal government, and that requires by default a major response. Not because like it's like, oh, this guy is such a great guy and I really like him, and so if they hurt him or harm me if I was the president, we have to go and get him just because of that. It's more so they're the elected representative, they're the elected voice of the republic for the large part in most senses. And so if they're taken out by a foreign government, that is a significant violation and a great damage that they've done to our nation and our democratic process, and therefore a dire response is necessary. I'm still
Well,
of the
also
opinion.
you got to remember, as in the world of geopolitics, it operates like a pool of like piranhas. If people detect weakness, like for example, if Iran takes out one of our top leaders, and then our response is kind of mild to it, I mean that's weakness. You can't show weakness on the world stage like that, especially when you cross a red line that severe. It's almost like the ultimate red line of taking out leadership like that. I mean, if you start showing weakness like that, I mean, who the hell's not going to try to pick on us at that point? I mean, every country on the planet's gonna be like, well, hell, the worst of the worst red lines were just crossed, and their response was mild. So we can probably push the envelope a little bit further. So I mean, that's what people do. They push envelopes further after if they see that. So I mean, if you go up to a level like that, that's why it gets dangerous when people start deciding to do stuff that extreme like that. It gets really risky.
Yeah, but I mean, nuking people over it though, it's like that's like kind of going a little bit far, like in my opinion. Still, like getting kind of back into that argument, that's kind of going
I don't really
over.
want to get back into it.
Oh, you don't?
No, I wasn't trying to reopen it again. I was just saying it gets risky.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to respond, but at the same time, like it can't like 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 what I'm saying though. I think you might be missing like the nuance of it of what I'm saying here is that like as a president of the United States, you can't be like, oh my god, I can't believe it. Like all these people want me dead. Like this is outrageous. It's like, well, that just comes with the job. It's like if I was the president of the United States, kind of like we do right now with the death threats that we get here, it's like, well, that just kind of comes with being, in the public and having millions of people listen to you. It's like if I was ever elected president, I'd be like, there's probably a whole bunch of nuts out here in the United States that want me dead. It's like I'm not going to be, crying foul and being a victim about that every day. It's like that's just kind of what comes with the territory of being the president, then being a public figure, is that you have nuts out there who want you dead all the time. But on the other hand, though, looking at it from the position of this person being in a government position as the president, if a foreign country does that, we have to go to war with them. That would be what I would say. So in a sense, I get it. Like as far as answering Norwegian's super chat, in a sense, I get like where you're coming from saying that, but at the same time, though, considering that they're the president of the United States, there has to be a significant response. Really, in my honest opinion, there ought to be a significant response to any American who's treated unjustly or killed wrongfully anywhere in the world, whether it be here in the United States by a foreign actor or a foreign terrorist group or abroad. Like, for example, if, an American shows up in a country like Iraq, for some reason, although that's a very bad idea. Actually, let me take a better example here. If they show up in a country that we're somewhat friendly with, like say India, and then the Indian government goes, you know what, we woke up today, we just don't like Americans. Let's take this guy and execute him. That the response to that American citizen being executed should be very similar to the response of something happening to the president, because at the end of the day, a government official is just a citizen that's been elected into a public servant position of high notoriety. And I feel like we should extend that sort of protection or that sort of response really to all Americans and make sure that they are protected from threats either at home and abroad from foreign powers. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that incredibly well, at least the best I can. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Eric Brown, who puts in a 50. And also, thank you very much, Eric, for that support as well. He said, honestly, if our gov doesn't get their stuff together, I'm not re-enlisting, he says. He said, I'll just protect and serve the people as a police officer and praying that they prove me wrong. And I love the Navy, but not enough to accept the current actions of the leadership in this situation. Honestly, that's just a personal decision there. Like I don't think we can say like that's right or wrong or whatever. If it's not in your heart to reenlist, I mean that's just a personal take right there. I won't condemn it or say anything about it personally. I don't think I have a standing to say that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think incredibly for the support, Eric Brown. And if you feel like you can't proudly serve in the Navy because of your disagreements with the administration, it is definitely on you. to not re-enlist if that is the case, or if you're very proud of what's being done, enlist. It's always up to every individual serviceman to kind of search themselves and think of whether or not they're proud to serve the republic in some capacity to some extent, based off of the government's actions. And if you like it or don't, you have to make your decisions based off of that. So I would tell you, I don't think I'd even have the ability to weigh in on that. I've never personally served and been in that kind of a relation or position with the armed forces to have to make a call like that where I could speak from experience. But whatever decision you make, it's going to be the right one for you. So a big thanks to your support, Eric, and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than James Hughes, who also puts in a 50. And thank you, James, for that $50 support. He said, can you guys give your opinion on the end of the Russia-Ukraine war? I don't see Russia lasting into 2027 past the first few months, and lack of heating, fuel, and now food next winter. And you know, somebody actually asked me that earlier today. They sent me a message, and I was talking about it with them about when we can actually put a date on when the thing's going to end. It's just very hard to put a date on it because y'all might remember we predicted that Russia was going to fall like a year or two ago, which in my opinion they should have, but there was some intervening force, and we're not really sure what it is. It could have been China. It could have been maybe the Russian banks bankrolling the war with debt. We're not really sure which one it is, but somehow Russia's found a way to keep themselves on life support. And I don't know how long that life support's going to last for their economy, to be perfectly honest. So you would think they would not last into 2027, but it's kind of hard to tell. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it's kind of hard to say they will survive much longer in 2027. I'd say from here, maybe another year. So I would say maybe the summer, but that's only a little bit farther than what you're saying. So kind of about the same time frame. But I just don't really see them surviving that long because a fuel shortage like this, it ends a war. Like there's no way that they can really keep it going. So they either have to escalate rapidly in the very little time they have left to hope for a somewhat positive outcome in that regard, or they just have to take the L and give up. And we don't really know what they're going to be doing, but I expect they won't be able to make it that much longer either. And we've said that before many years ago at the beginning of the war, and we didn't really know how long the Russians could really hang on. But from this point here, I mean, we're literally at the very dire straits, the end of the line for this sort of a deal. They're running out of food. They've run out of fuel. They're running out of everything they need to keep a nation running. Their economy is already collapsed and is still in the process of collapsing even worse. And there's no way you can keep going in that kind of condition for that much longer. But a huge thanks to you for your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, we have a 50 from none other than Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $50 support. He said, fun fact, all humans are irradiated, and we all have 40K in us.
That's actually true. You know, everything in the world is irradiated. And there was an interesting fact. I'm not sure if you were the one to share it, Hokey Redneck, or if it was someone else. But someone else actually shared with us an interesting true fact that steel from the pre-1940s is actually highly sought after and incredibly valuable because it is not irradiated, and they actually use that to calibrate medical instruments globally. And so it's become a bit of an issue of how do they calibrate medical instruments properly in the future once that steel runs out to calibrate stuff with. And that's a really interesting question there. I don't really know what the answer to that is going to be, but it's a very interesting fact that most everything in the world is actually irradiated to a slight extent at this point, including all of us people, outside of the sun's radiation, which is normally emitted and has been emitted through all of history. But a huge thanks to you for the support.
Yeah. Actually, do you know how much radiation you get from, like, for example, a flight from the U.S. to Europe, a transatlantic flight? Do you know how much radiation that gives the person on that flight?
I actually don't know.
It gives people on average, I think it's like half, like 0.05 to like 0.1 millisieverts of ionizing radiation, which is about the equivalent of a chest X-ray, and that's from a transatlantic flight. Like, for example, if you go from like JFK to like Heathrow in England, that's about the equivalent of a chest X-ray. Because when you go up to those higher altitudes and you stay there for extended durations, you don't have the same protection because you're higher up in the atmosphere, and more radiation is able to penetrate your body because you're higher up at altitude. So that it works like that anywhere. If you're going up to like 35,000, 40,000 feet in the sky and you stay there for enough time, you'll just keep continuously getting more radiation than usual than you'd get on the ground. I think most people probably know that, but people probably didn't know, though, that it's about the same as a chest X-ray.
It's nothing bad, Mr. Secretary. It's the radiation at Chernobyl is as bad as a chest X-ray. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Do you remember that from the miniseries?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Oh man.
I wonder why pilots, like you know how like I think a pilot might get exposed to more radiation, ionizing radiation yearly than somebody that works at a nuclear facility. Actually,
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I wonder if
but they
there's
don't
an
get they don't get hazard pay really.
I wonder if there's an increased rate of cancer among pilots as like a population sample compared to the general public because of that. Google that real quick. There's got to be a study on that somewhere.
It says, now, granted, this is the AI overview, so take this with a grain of salt.
Oh.
I sadly, they have papers. I see the like NIH is putting out papers, but I can't read that right now. But the AI overview says, yes, studies show that pilots and aircrew have higher rates of certain cancers compared to the general population. They're at elevated risk for melanoma and other skin cancers. Which makes sense because when you're at higher altitudes, you get more UV rays too, in addition to radiation. So that causes skin cancer if you're exposed to it too long. Maybe that's why they get paid so much, or at least part of the reason.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Maybe there's some sort of like medical package they get from their companies as well that when they retire and whatnot, like that stuff will be covered by the company maybe. I don't know. That would be interesting to look into. But still, a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well, Hokey right now. And I got to say, you got a lot of interesting radiological facts. I also saw you saying in the chat, yeah, I was the one who told you that about the steel. And you did. I actually remembered that for a while because I found that so fascinating. I was like, really? Because that actually means that old steam engines that were made like in the early 1900s are made of that steel. But then again, actually, that might not be the case because when you burn coal, folks, you actually emit in the process of burning coal trace amounts of uranium 235. So that might actually, like the steel and steam engines might actually be irradiated a little. But that's a wildly interesting fact as well, folks. If y'all don't know, is that all of the coal in the world actually has trace little elements of uranium 235. So when you burn it, actually, I think it's uranium-237, if I'm not mistaken, or uranium-235. I'm not entirely sure. But when you burn it, it emits uranium, little bits of it, not a whole lot. It's not like you're going to die immediately like a Chernobyl-like incident, but it does emit a little. And so North Korea actually used that fact down here at Chongsan, if I can find it, or Pyeongsan here. They actually burned a whole bunch of coal. You can see a pile of the burnt coal refuse that they pour out on top of this hill, and you see it's pouring like toxic sludge like right into this lake. But they used that to be able to get uranium-237, and then they enriched it in this little plant right here, and that's how they get their enriched uranium to be able to make nuclear weaponry. Is from burning coal, and they have plenty of that in North Korea. That's one of the things they have ample amounts of. Food, not so much. Coal, more than enough. So an interesting fact about that. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address to the best I can. That's true, Huggy Ryan. I actually didn't believe that fact about the steel when you told us about that 2 years ago. But after I found out it was true, it blew my mind so much, I still remember that 2 years later. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Kerberos or Cerberus3, who put in at 50. And thank you, remember Cerberus, for that support. I said PSA, for those that don't know, you can get US-made, decent-priced N95 mask in bulk to help in wildfire areas. And activated charcoal tablets can be used for mild toxins if there's something toxic. And thank you for the news.
And thank you for enjoying the news and helping it to keep running. And I also got to say, that's very interesting to hear, and thank you for sharing that information with us, Cerberus, and we'll have to keep that in mind in the future in case if we need it. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Eric Brown, who puts in a 50. And thank you, Eric, as well. He said and this is one Eric warned me about this, but I'm going to read it anyway, Eric, because what the hell? He said, we nuked Japan for the same reason. Their government would never surrender. And this is a country that would use their kids as sacrifices like in other groups did. And overwhelming force is the only way to even begin negotiations with them. Now that's good. That's going to get people riled up. I know that right off the bat because that's even more extreme than what I was saying to a certain degree. I will say this, Eric. I want to make it clear. I am not a fan of using a nuke. Like I've said that time and time again that nobody should use a nuclear weapon virtually under any circumstance. But there are situations, though, and I've already gone over that, and I won't go over it again. But there are situations when it would be prudent to have to, unfortunately, use that weapon. And there's certain red lines that I would say the world should know that they shouldn't cross, because if you cross it, you're crossing into that danger territory. And I'll be honest, the whole Japan nuking situation, I can kind of see both arguments to that, and that's also why I'm not being like really harsh on people that disagree with me about the whole Iran situation, crossing red lines, and nuclear nuclear weapons and things like that. Is because I can understand the alternative, but at the same time, though, I think people are going a little bit too easy on stuff that crosses those lines. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that generally, I'm not really a big fan of using nuclear weaponry. That's really a last resort, and I think that it largely it should be prescribed as our nuclear doctrine states here in the United States, which is purely defensive. If, say, for some reason China invaded the United States, and they had taken over almost everything except for the eastern seaboard, and were about to be destroyed completely as a nation, nuclear warfare is on the table. If a country fires nuclear weapons at us over the Arctic or the Antarctic, and they're coming our way within minutes, nuclear warfare is necessary. But I don't really see nuclear warfare being explainable in really any other circumstance. Just because a group of people or a certain government in charge of a country is extremist doesn't mean that we have a justification to start wiping people out. If that was the case, then we could have been as barbaric as the Germans in the Second World War and killed every single German that was living and breathing in Germany as we were marching towards Berlin. And we could have also done the same to every single Japanese soldier that actually would end up surrendering and not feign a surrender. We could have just executed them on the spot. And we don't do that because we're the United States of America. We're a civilized nation with values, at least as I put them, or at least how I think of it. And that means that we don't go around the world going, well, this is kind of like a tougher crowd. We'll drop a couple of nukes and kill a couple of million innocent people, possibly in the process, to try and really resolve this thing. And if we do that, what does it really achieve in reality? Because if they're radical enough that they're not going to surrender in conventional arms, what would happen if we end up killing millions of them out of the blue and basically prove their government right that they had thought was full of crap for years, that the Americans are bloodthirsty, they want to destroy all of our people and kill them no matter who they are, men, women, and children, and then we just start dropping nuclear bombs on them? If anything, that might take the people who were generally in the middle or didn't care and turn them into radicals as well, because they just watched an entire city get wiped off of the face of the planet by a U.S. nuclear strike that would be really hard to justify against a conventional state. Also, on top of that, we can make the same argument for the Russians in Ukraine. I mean, clearly the Ukrainians are indoctrinated extremely. They believe heavily in their national values. They will fight quite literally until the death to defend their nation, and they're bringing Russia to their knees. Couldn't we make the same argument that Russia is justified in using nuclear weapons in that sort of situation against Ukraine?
That's not the same though. They're not threatening the leader of Russia right now. They're not attacking the Kremlin. If they attack the Kremlin, we've said that before, Russia would nuke Ukraine in a heartbeat if they did that. If the Ukraine tried to go for Putin, nukes being launched. I'm pretty certain about that. That's why I think Ukraine's avoided doing that so far. So no, Ukraine hasn't done what Iran's threatening.
Well, I mean, they kind of have though, because I mean, they did blow up one of Putin's mansions, and you could say, oh, they were trying to get Putin in that attack. I mean, we've seen that before near to Siberia or near to the Urals. They blew up one of them and it caught on fire and burned to the ground after the attack. So you could say by them doing that, oh, they were trying to get Putin, they can nuke Ukraine now. There's not really a justification I can see in that regard of a national leader getting attacked and taken out, and then someone saying, because of that, we need to nuke everyone in that country, wherever that attack came from, or nuke enough of them. It doesn't really seem appropriate to me. It's like I would say a very, very huge conventional response, quite literally the largest one that we could put up against them, should be done. But a nuclear response is generally crossing the line of a reasonable major reaction to a grievous incident. It goes from that into, we're just doing something almost for the barbarity of it, just to get back at them and a whole bunch of innocent people in the process. Because it sounds great if let's nuke them if they take out the president, but then you have to think how many, like, because we're going to nuke Tehran. Clearly, there's 10 million people living in that city, and clearly not all of them are involved in the government or supporting the government. How many innocent people are going to die in a response strike that didn't have to die for really any reason at that point, have really no involvement in what brought that nuclear weapon around onto Iran as a result?
Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm going to withhold comment on that one right there because I'm not sure if people want to hear that. Because in the real world, I mean, and people aren't going to like what I'm saying on that, so I'm not going to refrain.
Well, I mean, I don't really think anyone could justify, like, well, it's war, civilians get killed. I mean, we look at the Russians killing
Well, I mean, they
civilians in
did to
Ukraine.
Japan.
Well, yeah, but that was a different time. I mean, everyone was mass bombing each other in the 1940s. We've moved on. It's 80 years later. In the medieval ages, we used to take people who ratted on government officials and we'd cut their back open and pull their lungs out of the back of their body and kill them that way. It's not 600 years ago. We're living in the 21st century. Times have moved on. Things have changed. We have a different sort of a viewpoint on that. I mean, if we want to live like barbarians and savages, then we're no better than our enemies. And if we want to act like that in war, what kind of a moral standpoint do we have to say we are the United States and our enemies are bad because they're barbarians? We really don't have that moral standing
Yeah.
ground.
But I mean, like, if we got into a ground conflict with Iran, all those people that are in these cities would be fighting the Americans. They'd be trying to kill our soldiers if we did a ground invasion. Like we see in Russia, like, that Russia grabs people off the street every single day that are just trying to live their life and they throw them into the meat grinder. And then they try to kill the Ukrainians and the Ukrainians have to take them out. It's horrible. Like, I think we can all agree that's horrible. But war's not beautiful. It's not pretty. It's hideous, and it's something that should be avoided if we can try to avoid it at all costs. But in the real world, though, I mean, we don't live in a rosy world. I mean, it's not. I mean, countries out here like Iran would love to destroy and kill us all if they could. And in war, there's people that get killed in war. It's just the way it goes. It's horrible. So, I don't know. Like, the poll here that I'm running right now is actually addressing the Japan situation, by the way, about that whole thing, because it kind of ties in to what's going on currently with Iran, the discussion we're kind of having with it.
But the thing, but what I'm trying to understand here is you're saying like all those people are going to be fighting against us. Like, so the random people in the city, like the women and the children, they're going to be fighting against us as well. And just all the random civilians are also going to be fighting as well. So we got to nuke them now so that way they can't fight later.
I'm not saying to nuke the civilians. I'm not saying that.
Well, I mean, you were saying just a second ago, all those people in these cities that would be nuked, they're going to fight us anyways. So what
Yeah, my
really is the
point was war is
difference?
hideous. That's my point. And war is ugly. It's not like it's clean or something. I mean, the Ukraine war. I mean, we see stuff that we can't even show on the channel every single day in the Ukraine-Russia war that we can't show on YouTube because it's so bad it violates YouTube's terms of service. And some people never see it because they don't ever, see our sources where we're getting the clips from. And it's really awful on all sides. So I don't. That's my point. Is war is hideous. Like sometimes, unconscionable bad things happen. It's a war.
Well, yeah, but we're trying to mitigate that. Like, that's not like a blank check to say, well, bad things are going to happen anyways. So let's round up all of these prisoners of war and just grease them with a machine gun, because bad things happen anyways. I mean, like, bad things happen here in the United States of America every day. There's people who get murdered, people who get violated, robberies that go on, home invasions. That's not a justification for every American to go, well, it happens anyways. The United States is kind of a tough place. So I'm going to bust into somebody's house, violate someone and murder a couple of people, and it's fine because that's just how it is. I mean, we try and hold ourselves up to a higher moral standard, because that's what makes the United States of America and our people have any sort of a moral base and a standing point to go, the Iranians are dogs because they'd be willing to kill everyone in America. We're not willing to do that to them. We're different. And therefore, that's why the Islamic regime is a terrible regime and they ought to come down. If we have the same mindset, what real claim do we have to say they're barbarians and extremists? We're basically extremists, but of a different color.
I don't know. I think we're going to disagree, or
Yeah,
agree to
disagree to
disagree.
disagree. Well, I disagree to
I think we're
disagree,
going
damn
to
it. Like, hey, we're going to keep it
I'm
going.
going to agree to disagree. I'm contradicting myself at this point, but no, we're going to have to agree to disagree on this one. And also, I'll be perfectly honest. I'm not saying exactly what I think outright because I don't think people don't want to hear the reality. Like they just don't want to hear it. And on one hand, I can understand because obviously some people don't want to hear things like that. But I mean. In fact, let's address the poll right now since we're still on the topic. Do you agree with the U.S. historical decision to nuke Japan to end World War II? 72% said yes, and 28% said no, which actually I'm kind of surprised by that. I thought more people were going to say no than yes, but about a third of the audience, roughly about a third, said they do not agree with the decision to nuke Japan. Me personally, I would say this. I would say that it's obviously horrible. We have to acknowledge that. But somebody was going to be the first to use a nuclear weapon because they had to prove how destructive it was. Because at the time, it was kind of theoretical, like how bad it was. And somebody was going to be the first to use it. And the U.S. decided to be the first. And they used it as strategic time to end the war because Japan simply would not surrender, and Japan was going to waste all their people in the war unless that happened. So arguably, the decision to nuke Japan actually saved lives in the long term. But some people don't see it that way because they don't really see beyond the nuke situation. They just see the nuke being dropped, and that's where all their reasoning stops. But if you look beyond that, if the nukes were never dropped, the casualties would have probably been much, much higher for the most part. So do I like the fact that the U.S. nuked Japan? No, I don't like that. I think you have to be a psychopath to say, "Oh, that was great." Obviously, it was horrible. Innocent people were caught up in that, and it was atrocious. Horrible scenes coming out of that. But at the same time, in the long run, it did save lives in the long term. When you look at the raw casualty count, it sounds bad to even say that, but it's just the way it is. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki is justified because there was a different historical lens that was being looked through back then. And also, a lot of people look at the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki as terrible, and they're like, oh, so many innocent people were killed in these nuclear bombings. And I think a lot of people completely forget that literally just months before we nuked those two cities, we were killing hundreds of thousands of Japanese in every other major city in fire bombings. And a lot of people don't know that, but the fire bombings that we were conducting in the earlier part of 1945 were far more deadly than the nuclear bombings we conducted in August of 1945, to a degree of which cannot even be described. But generally that was sad. I hate to say this, but in the times in which we were living in back then, mass bombings of cities like that were completely justified. The Germans did that to the British, the Germans did that to the Polish, the British did that to the Germans, the US did that to the Germans, the Soviets did that to the Germans did it to the Soviets, Japan did it to the United States, we did it to them, Japan did it to the Chinese did it back to them if they had the ability. That was the way of war during that time. And so based off of that sort of an example, it's really hard to say, well, this is completely unjustified because we're trying to view an incident that happened 80 years ago through the moral lens of today, which is a very different lens, because then you could say that everybody was at fault for conducting every bombing of the Second World War from every side. And so I would say
how's it different today though? I mean, well, the world we live in today is no different than that world we lived in then. Like, no different. If you take human nature down to that same situation that was existing at the end of World War II, the people are still as sick today as they were back then. Like, people are still people. They didn't suddenly become morally supreme or something like that. If you put people in the exact same circumstances, they would resort to the exact same brutal methods that they existed then. I guarantee you.
I mean, I don't know, man, because slowly over history, we morally evolved to say, okay, well, this thing that was fine back then is not fine now. That's why the Geneva Convention didn't exist forever. It only started to exist in the 1860s, because some people came together in Europe and said, you know what, we need to make agreements that violating women in a conquered city is wrong, that looting private property is wrong, that executing prisoners is wrong. We're moving on into a more civilized age. We have more civilized moral values now. Let's try and make some sort of conventions that we'll all try and agree and abide by to try and follow our moral convictions that we have in our day-to-day life. Because we're not cavemen, in the United States, and the people of Victorian era weren't cavemen either. We are civilized people that live in civilized societies. And so there's generally rules of war that we try to enforce that follow that, whether our enemies do or not. Because the Nazi Germans didn't follow a lot of the Geneva Conventions, yet if you look at the U.S. military in the Second World War, they followed it about as closely as they could to the letter, while the Soviet Union, on the other hand, didn't. And when you look at the Second World War, from the moral lens of then and today, you say, well, who in the world was the good guys in the war? Well, it definitely wasn't the Germans. I mean, they were going around pillaging, violating women, and also executing anyone that went against them, and also particular people of certain groups. The Soviet Union swept through Eastern Europe at the latter end of the war and violated and looted everything they could. Nobody looked at them, even in Eastern Europe after the war, as a good liberating force. On the other hand, when people came into the Americans, they would say, oh, the Americans were great. The soldiers were giving out candy, they were treating people well, they even treated the Germans well. And the Germans were saying, well, maybe we were fighting this war for the wrong reasons all along, because the Americans aren't these dog bastards that they were made out to be. They're actually really great people, and they have values and they follow by them. And if any sorts of crimes or violations were committed, which they were, usually they would, at least if they went up to the command, they would be punished. And that was something that most other armies, like the German or Soviet armies of the war, would never do.
But you're kind of expanding my hypothetical to encompass a free for all basically. I'm not saying to make it a free for all. I'm simply saying you're saying that people have moved past they're moving past like these old ways of like being, brutal and stuff like that. And you're saying that, back during World War II, the Americans were still like adhering to the rules of war. It's true that they were, but I mean, we can't ignore the fact that the U.S. committed war crimes back then too. It just simply wasn't covered because obviously we won the war. We got to write the version of history that we wanted. I mean, there was bad shit happening that the U.S. conducted too. Now, granted, not nearly on the level of the enemy, but there was still bad stuff being conducted. I mean, it's war. I mean, it's not like they're writing down every single thing that's going on that's bad on the front lines. I mean, even Ukraine's military does bad stuff, and we just don't hear about it. It's just war. It happens. People get in this mindset of it's me or them, and they start doing heinous stuff to each other because it's in the war. And I see people seeing BS. There was stuff happening then too. Like, would you disagree with that?
Yes, there was things happening, but like let me ask you this. Do you know how many US soldiers were executed for sexual crimes during the Second World War?
Say it again.
Do you know how many soldiers in the US military were executed for sex crimes during the Second World War?
I don't know. I mean, that's one crime out of 1,000.
10,000 were hung after military tribunals for sex crimes, mostly from 1944 to 1945, and also a little bit of 1943 in Italy when we landed in Europe during the Second World War. How many similar incidents happened where a soldier was hanged for sex crimes in the Wehrmacht or in the Red Army? None. There's a very big difference. Like, yes, crimes were conducted. We're conscripting people off of the streets. So you're going to have good eggs, and you're also going to have the bad eggs that come with them because we're conscripting them at large. But when people say, well, the victors wrote the history, so they scratch a whole bunch of stuff out, and we were also conducting atrocities as well, and it all went unpunished. Well, there's 10,000 U.S. soldiers in graves in Europe that died not at the hands of the enemy, but at the hands of the noose of a hangman in the U.S. military for conducting sexual crimes against the people that we were liberating. And when you put it in that kind of perspective, it's kind of hard to say, well, the U.S. was just kind of like a by and by, live and let live sort of a deal rolling through Europe. I mean, we were holding our men accountable whenever we could find them and whenever it made it up to the right command. If they were conducting a crime, they were held accountable, and they were punished quite severely if it was a grave crime like one of those. And so, like when we say like, well, the Germans are dog bastards, but we were also as well. Not at all to the degree they were. Sure, there were things done wrong along the way. There's millions of men fighting in Europe in the U.S. military during that time, but we still held ourselves to a standard.
Yeah, but I'm not really saying like on the soldier level, though. I'm talking about like on the bigger like strategy, like part of the war. I mean, I'm on the soldier level, all kinds of stuff happens, but it's the soldier level. Whether or not they get punished or not, it's kind of beside the point. But I mean, the U.S. firebombing, napalming, flame throwing, Agent Orange. I mean, there's a load of stuff that's happened in war. I'm not saying oh the U.S. should be like damned for that. I'm not saying that. I mean it's a war and there's bad things that happen in it, and some things later on are deemed to be right or wrong, and some people get punished for it. But in the middle of the war, though, generally it's just kind of just goes because it's in the middle of the war and it's viewed as a survival situation. So whatever happens later after the war is a whole other story, whether or not people get held accountable for it. But people in the middle of a survival situation, people resort down to like instinct. They resort down to barbarism. It just happens. And sometimes like decisions are made from the like top level of like any government to do things that are later considered to be heinous. Like when they dropped the nukes on Japan, was that considered at the time to be horrible, or was it later considered to be horrible?
It was considered controversial then. Like there were
How
arguments.
controversial?
Well, I mean, there were people in the U.S. saying, is it really necessary to firebomb cities like Tokyo and to nuke cities like Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Like, there were people who were asking questions like that back then. You could see it written around in some of the debates that were had in the post-war era right after that happened. People were saying, was that really necessary, though? I mean, the absolute destruction of this bomb. Was it really necessary to use it? That's why everyone after the war started to get in the mindset of these things don't need to be used commonly. There needs to be some sort of expectant standards here that we're not just flinging nuclear weapons at everyone. That's why they were only used twice, is because those debates showed up immediately afterwards. People went, was that really a necessary thing to do, and should this be normal? And the answer was no. That's why we don't live in a nuclear warfare world where that's commonplace, is because everybody around the world went, that's really kind of going a little bit far.
Yeah, maybe. I love to disagree because I think we're getting too deep here because we got a lot of super chats to go.
But it's an interesting chat, I will have to say. Like, it's actually a very interesting discussion. I hope y'all been having a fun time with it. And also, let's see here. Let's see. one second here, really quickly. I have to Google something really quickly because I might have misquoted a number. Let's see. Let me see if I can get a quick answer here to this. Okay, so a correction. 10,000 U.S. soldiers were put on military tribunals for sex crimes. Of those, 107 were executed for the crime. It wasn't 10,000 executed.
Oh,
It was 10,000 held on charges of sex crimes, and 107 of them that were executed.
well, that actually, not to go back into the argument, but that actually changes the calculus a little bit. That means they really didn't hold anybody accountable.
Well, I mean, we don't execute people who conduct sex crimes in the United States every time now. Like, they get
Yeah,
prison
but I
for
mean, they're
like 10
under
or
a
20
yeah, but
years.
that's yeah, 2 different sets of laws, though. USMC in the military, but civilian law here in the public, so it's different standards.
Well, yeah, but you're saying because they weren't executed. Oh, actually, they let them by with a slap on the wrist. We don't know their sentences that they got for the 10,000 of them that were brought up on those charges. Like a lot of them may have been in military prisons for 10 or 20 years afterwards, or longer. We don't know.
Yeah, but my point is, though, if 10,000 people got charged and only like 1% of them got actually convicted of it, I mean, presumably they charged them with it because there was enough evidence to say, or at least probable cause to say that they did something, and then only 1% got held accountable. It sounds like a lot of people were let off.
Well, I mean, like if you shoot someone, like say in a hypothetical situation here in America, and you kill them, and you get brought up on charges of murder, and you go to court and you're found guilty, and you're put in prison for 20 years for third-degree murder, say. And when you look at the crime statistics 50 years from now, and it goes, in the year of 2026, there were 11,000 murders with firearms, of which only 3 of them got the death penalty. Which you go, oh, well, actually, everyone back in the day got away with murder. Like there was really no punishment for it. I think that's kind of taking the statistic and going, oh, well, everyone else got a slap on the wrist except for those 107 guys. Like, we don't really know what happened to them. I have to look into it and research it some more. But if they were brought up on the charges, usually they had some pretty credible information to go off of to even bring up the charge. That's usually how it works. I hope I'll have to look into that a little bit more and do some research. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Cerberus3, who put in a 50 as well. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. They said, damn, Russia, you don't have a navy to stop us. And Ukraine said, hold my beer. And one from the chat, please. And thanks again for the great work you two do. And chat for being respectful.
And honestly, I gotta say, the Ukrainians really are showing what a country can do without a navy. And it really is something kind of concerning, honestly. When you look at it from an offensive perspective, like we are in the Hormuz, a country without a navy can actually do a good bit of damage in some very small naval environments where the battlefield is incredibly small. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Cerberus. And thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a $50 super chat from none other than Cerberus3 yet again. And thank you very much, Cerberus, for that 50. And they said, random insect trivia. Check out and show chat the Asian giant hornet. And I've seen that. They said, and some facts about it, please, and sleep well after that.
I don't really know a lot about the Asian giant hornet, but these things are terrifying, though. I've seen them many a times. Like, they're like a poster child of this is a bug to be terrified of, and I would agree. I mean, these things are awful. I've heard, though, that apparently there's some sort of Japanese bees that this hornet tries to feed on, or at least, and I've seen that apparently these Japanese bees will actually crowd around it and hug it. Have you ever heard of that about that, Matthew? Like when this hornet attacks one of their bees in the hive, the other bees will actually crowd around it and hug it. Have you ever heard about that before?
No, I've never heard that.
Yeah, so it's a pretty cool fact. And once they start hugging the hornet, they all start vibrating at the same frequency, which ends up heating up the little bubble that they have that they're hugging the hornet in, and it heats it up until it kills it. So they literally cook them to death.
Damn. I
Yeah,
guess you could say he
wild.
got cooked.
Man, like, blood. Oh, you didn't just kill one on our own. Oh, God, we gonna cook you, fam. Like, and then they all just gather around them. Bro, like, just cook them. It's crazy. Ollie, the Japanese insects are actually really interesting, but that's one of them, and a really wild one. And a huge thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running once again, Cerberus. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 50 from Zachary Larson. And thank you very much, Zachary, as well, for the 50. Excuse me, by the way. I need to get some water. But Zachary said, if we have a dead man switch mentality, we are no better than Putin.
This conversation
I would
will not
disagree.
die.
I would disagree. I'll address this one very quickly, as I know people are getting tired of having this conversation over and over. But to address the question to Super Chat, though, on my end of the story right here, I would disagree wholeheartedly with that. if somebody decides that they're going to try to wipe out the United States, then I say let all hell break loose at that point. That's what I say. That's a level of deterrence. If we don't strongly believe that, then people are going to test us at that point. You have to convince the enemy that we are not going to be backing down, and if it comes down to it, then we'll resort back to being barbaric. If it comes down to it, if it comes down to our survival, I mean, that's the real world, folks. I mean, if a country is like, oh, we're just going to nuke the United States and just wipe them out. I mean, that's not a time to have like, this like soapbox, like get on your soapbox and be like, we're moralistic. It's like, no, it's a survival situation. They're trying to kill us and we're not going to let them. That's as simple as it is for me. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would also actually have to disagree with that one on myself. Mutually assured destruction, which is the doctrine we've operated off of our entire history here in the United States, is a very effective deterrent. If it was not for the concept of mutually assured destruction, or basically a dead man's hand here in the United States, that if we're about to be wiped into oblivion by a first nuclear strike, we are also taking out the attacker with us. Nuclear war may have become a certainty at some point with the Soviet Union or the modern-day Russian Federation, because they would have an understanding that their overwhelming attack, which would wipe us out at the onset, would have absolutely no response. So while I'm not a big fan of nuclear retaliation for attempted or successful assassination attempts on here in the United States, I am a major proponent and huge supporter of the mutually assured destruction doctrine, as that is a vital saving grace of stopping us from ever seeing first nuclear attacks conducted on us. So big thanks to you for the support, and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Blind Man, who said technically all aspects of the 1983 Strategic Defense Initiative Star Wars program is viable with today's technology and fairly affordable in military terms. Even the kinetic rods from God bombardment satellite and the U.S. Space Force already exists.
And that is true. The kinetic rods might be a little bit expensive to put in orbit because they would probably cost millions a pop. And also we have an outer space treaty which largely outlaws the weaponization of space, which I think is a good one. Because if we had, say, a Chinese geosynchronous orbit satellite right over the United States that could start dropping rods any minute and faster than we can really react to it in reality, that would be pretty dangerous for us. It would also be dangerous for the Chinese and the Russians as well. So I'm actually something of a fan of the outer space treaty, which prohibits the weaponization of space, because that could start to become a far more dangerous world than the nuclear world we already live in. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, Blind Man. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 30 from Max Shabai, and thank you very much, Max, for the 30 once again. He said, to dispelling the myth that you guys are in favor of nuclear war. And 100%, and thank you for that, Max, for pointing that out. I am not in favor of nuclear war. I just made that perfectly clear. And that's why I mocked the Russians for threatening to nuke everybody simply because the war is going badly for them. That's obviously crazy that they would even say something like that, because it's not like their leaders at risk. It's that simply the war is going sideways because they have a crappy military. And they're like, oh, if we're going to lose the war, we're just going to nuke everybody. It's like, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if a country is threatening to take out our leadership, then that's crossing a red line. It's completely worse than the other alternative that we're talking about there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. I'm not a big fan of nuclear war at all. I'm not really a big fan of nuclear weapons. If I was the president of the United States, I would actually actively be trying, a lot like prior presidents like Nixon and Eisenhower, to see that denuclearization is attempted as much as it can be around the world, where nuclear arsenals are restricted to limited sizes across the board. Even if we hate the Russians and the Chinese, I think we can all agree still that nuclear conflict is a world-ending sort of a scenario in reality, and we ought to be trying to limit that as much as possible. But considering that nuclear weapons will never cease to exist on the face of this planet, it's unfortunately a reality, unfortunate evil we can call it, we will always have a nuclear arsenal, and there is some cases where we will use our nuclear weapons, but I think that most of those cases should be limited, and should only be limited to existential threats to the state, or to the or to a response by a first nuclear attack or a preemptive strike by an enemy state. So a big thanks to you for the support, and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than RCH Technologies, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much as well, RCH. He said, howdy from Texas, 2108. Play ball.
Play ball, baby. And I got to thank you so much for the support, and help this channel to keep it running, RCH Technologies, because it's folks like you that make this thing possible. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I would like to put in my nomination for the Department of Energy Secretary. I've found a new spot for myself. I think the Department of Energy is a good fit for me.
Why would you say that? I'm just curious.
The Department of Energy is responsible for the U.S. nuclear arsenal. I feel like I have the temperament to lead the department.
Someone make sure
I'm
to
just trying to get
publish.
the chat rate back up.
Man, honestly, man, somebody look into this man. Like we need to see if he's really tell us more. I was just kidding, by the way. But Department of Energy, you say, huh? That's interesting. Also, by the way, if y'all don't know, the Department of Energy is actually charged with the responsibility maintaining and operating the nuclear weapons of the United States. I think the only ones that don't fall under their purview are the ones of the U.S. Navy, which is for obvious reasons. They're on nuclear submarines, so it's kind of hard to have Department of Energy personnel just pop into the submarine and be like, hey, we're just checking on the nukes. So I think those are the I'm not sure, Mandy, but aren't those the only ones that fall out of the purview of the Department of Energy?
I'm not totally sure about that. To my knowledge, the Department of Energy is responsible for securing the entire nuclear arsenal for the country. Also, if there's any type of transportation of nuclear weapons, it's usually the DOE that does it. People believe that it's the military that does it. The Air Force participates in it because the Air Force generally helps out with the whole guarding of the nukes. They're the ones who station soldiers outside, security forces, to guard the nuclear sites. But the DOE is the actual administrator of the nuclear weapons. For the most part.
Let's see here. So
I remember
interesting.
I got in a bad argument with a family member about this before, like about a year or two ago, like a really, really ugly argument about this fact right here, and it turned out I was right.
Well, everything was an ugly argument within that sort of situation. Like the tallest building, even in America, was a big one. But let's see. See, they are managed by the Department of Energy, but then there's a whole bunch of caveats to it. It's like, well, they're managed except for here, there, and everywhere. Like, there's actually, interestingly enough, a lot of caveats to that from what I'm finding outside of the AI answer. I actually tried to find some articles on it. That looks to be like a huge rabbit hole. We can make it like a documentary on that, it appears, from how complicated this is. But by and large, the Department of Energy is responsible for the nuclear warheads themselves. It appears that there's caveats to every single other thing rather than the warhead itself. So with that,
But they can't do anything with them though. Like, I'm joking when I say like put me in the DOE because they're like in charge of the nukes. They're not in charge of the nukes. They simply maintain the nukes and they transport them and secure them. And then the Air Force gets involved to help protect them too. So they don't have any control of them whatsoever. Even if they wanted to, like let's say the DOE went rogue or something, they don't have the codes or the ability to even launch it if they wanted to. That gets delved out to the executive branch. They have the nuclear football that has the keys, the encryption keys for it, and all that stuff like that. And there's also a whole process that the Air Force is involved in actually launching those nukes. The Air Force actually puts the people down in the silo that sit there all day long under the ground, like in Nebraska and places like that, just waiting for the president to call in the order.
And then there's also the guys in the nuclear submarines in the Navy. They're just sitting around waiting for something to come through, which never does. Hopefully it never will. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than a Punisher of the North, who put in a 20. And thank you, good sir, as well.
Hey!
He said, I absolutely love the channel and never miss a midday show or live stream. And I hope to see one day enforcer man for president and vice president of the United States of America.
Wouldn't that be something if we were the president and the vice president? I can only imagine what we're going to be getting up to. All the shenanigans. I think it would be about ripe to invade Cuba by then. I'm just playing, of course. But I would like to actually try and give it a go to be the president. I just think, sadly, neither of us would make it, because we do not have the spinelessness that is the most apt to make it to those sorts of positions, unfortunately. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Space Fraggle. And thank you, Space Fraggle. He said, Slava Ukrainian, keep up the great work, enforcers, and take a question from the chat.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for supporting Slava Ukrainian. And we will make sure to keep up the great work and take one from the live chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to none other than Fred Zerzal. He said, how long before we see the railroad tracks going to get blown up inside of Russia?
They've actually been blowing those up here and there, actually, for a good while. Usually it's not the tracks. They usually go for the railroad bridges and also the diesel-electric engines and the electric engines that move the trains. And that's generally the high priority targets because those are the hardest to repair and replace. The rails themselves, as they exist on the ground, those can easily be repaired. If you blow away like a couple of inches of track and some ballast, they can have a maintenance away crew out and replace that quite literally within the day. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support, Space Fraggle, and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Peter Burra. And thank you, Peter, for that support as well. He said, hey, enforcers, and if this war with Iran keeps going the way it is, how long could it go for? And if a full-scale war started, how bad could it get? And would it be over quite clear as mud question? And LSA.
You're asking the real ones, though. It is a kind of tough question to answer because it requires a lot of crystal balling, which is always inaccurate. But to try my best at giving the most accurate, inaccurate answer that I can, the war in Iran could go on for months, maybe even over several years. The most important part, which would be controlling the Hormuz, that could be fought and resolved within weeks. But actually getting the Iranians to heal would take some time, depending on whether we just kept it at an air operation or if we started ground operations as well. Ground operations would speed things up significantly, but at the cost of lives. An air operation would take longer, but it would not cost us as many lives or as much equipment as a ground invasion possibly could with how it would go. So I would have to say maybe a year. That would be my best answer, and I hope that it addresses that the best I can. So big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a 20 from JMO, and thank you, JMO, for that support. He said, is there any talk of us getting those defensive drones from Ukraine? And those would be nice in the Middle East, and we'd better get them for the U.S. as well. And I think that's a big part of the reason why we saw the U.S. president smiling like a used car salesman with Zelensky, is because I think that's why the sudden shift in the mentality, at least that's part of it. I think the U.S. has decided they really need those drones actually quite badly, and it turns out Ukraine does have the cards. So I think that's part of the reason why they're flipping on this whole thing right here. In fact, it could be the other way around. It could be the U.S. president is the one that just bought the brand new car, and Zelensky's the salesman. But Enforcer, what say you?
I just sold him a brand new FPV. Yes, it's very great. I love it. 25% APR. Cannot beat it.
But beyond that, though, I'd have to say I think that might be one of the reasons, because we definitely need the drones that Ukraine has. They're vital to our national defense and also our war capabilities in general. But a humongous thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a 20 from Hokey Redneck once again. He put in that 20 and said, Andrew, do you think the UPNS Norfolk Southern Norfolk Western Southern Railways will go through?
I don't think so, Hokey. I don't think so. I hope not, because it's going to basically create a monopoly, and I think that's what the Land Transportation Board is talking about right now. And also BNSF and CSX have submitted objections to the merger to the Land Transportation Board on that premise, that it's basically creating a national monopoly. Because if they merge, the UP and NS quite literally have a transcontinental railroad that they're operating. Meanwhile, CSX operates some of the trackage east of the Mississippi, and then BNSF operates some of it west of the Mississippi, but they wouldn't have a transcontinental railroad like UP would have. I love the companies, like I love all the railroad companies. They do an important service, much like the trucking industry does here in the country, moving cargo around. But a transcontinental railroad is getting into monopolistic territory, and I'm not really a big fan of that myself personally. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep running. And to answer that finally, I think that's the reason why it's going to get shot down, and I'm thinking that it's not going to go through, but we might get surprised. It might go through, and if it does, that's not going to be good for the economy in the short term and the long term. It might also end up detrimentally like Penn Central. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we're on the next one.
Also, someone in the chat, a bike in his voice, said, "Can I submit that to the angry meme review?" I say go for it. Honestly, that's a fantastic. I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody ripping that meme off like in the next 24 hours. I would not be surprised. That's honestly like that just popped in my head too. Like I instantly saw the vision in that meme. I was like, this literally looks like one of those moments at a car dealership where they literally take a photo to put it on their social media so that way they can say, "Look, we sold a new car to this gent right here." Literally the same thing. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to James Hughes, who puts in 20. And thank you, James, as well. He said, do you think the Russian air defense is failing on purpose, or their soldiers shoot like the guy I think was from the stream last night? If his big bulging eyes were lasers, he would have a chance, LOL.
Oh, they're not failing on purpose. They're failing just because they have no training and they're quite bad at their jobs, really. It's honestly hilarious. Like, they want to do good, actually, the truth be told, but they just don't know how to, and nobody will train them how to. So it's hilarious, really. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And we're on the next one.
Also have a 20 from the Shiznit, who said, just because other countries would nuke if their leaders were killed doesn't mean that we should. We are Americans, and we are supposed to be better than the other countries. We dislike regimes, not the people living under them. And LSA.
And long live the least.
Honestly, in that situation, I'm not going to be the bigger man in that situation. I'll be honest. It's a fair moral argument, but in the real world, I would say that if someone is bold enough to try to take out our leaders here in America that we elected as American citizens, I think that's the ultimate thing you could possibly do as a foreign country. That's going to result in some serious retaliation, I would say. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't think that'd be the ultimate. I'd say like the ultimate would be like if they, blew up a dirty bomb in like New York City or something like that would be far more severe to me because that's affecting like a million people. Like, it's like sure, like, taking out the leader, the commander in chief is a bad thing, a terrible thing, but I don't think that's literally the worst thing that could happen. I mean, like, there's a lot of worse
I
things
don't
that could happen.
know.
Like they could poison like Lake Mead and taint the water supply for millions in the desert and end up killing millions from thirst or causing a major humanitarian crisis. That'd be worse to me.
Them taking out U.S. leadership is the same as attacking our entire democracy. It's like them trying to dismantle it. Essentially, that's the way I view it. Because if we can't even guarantee the safety of our leaders here in America, and they're at risk of being taken out from foreign countries at the foreign country's will, I mean, we essentially don't. We can't even like guarantee our democracy at that point. That literally strikes at the very foundation of it. So anytime you elect somebody in America, there's a chance that a foreign country is going to be conducting an attack on them, taking them out. And well, I mean, to me, I view that as a very serious thing. That's as serious as them doing something, like physically heinous to a city.
Well, yeah, but I mean, when the like a more proper American response to that is at least how we work off of our principles and our founding ideals is instead of just nuking a million people and killing them at random in response, to go to war with them in a conventional sense, militarily defeat them, and take that leader that made the decision and put them on trial in the United States and put them to death via the legal process. Because it's like we're saying they're attacking at the base of our democracy. So instead of going through our process, through our laws and through our system to go to war with them, defeat them, and then hold the decision makers accountable, we're just going to kill a million innocent people in retaliation.
Yeah, but don't frame it like that though. Like, remember on YouTube though, we can't like get too literal with our arguments and stuff like that. But no, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying, by the way. I was leaving it at that.
All right. I mean, well, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to GunFox61, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, GunFox, for that support. They said this is a hot take, and in World War II, the use of nuclear weapons was not the worst thing. And with the firebombing and the Operation Downfall were far worse. In question from the chat.
Actually, yeah, I was actually saying that earlier, Gunfox. I don't know if you threw that in before I was saying that or after I was saying that. But yeah, I was actually saying that about the firebombings. The firebombings, in terms of the fatality numbers, were egregiously worse than Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined by multiple factors. It was a horrendous thing. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we'll get one from the chat in your honor. So what do we got?
And the one from the chat is going to go to none other than Gizmo, who said, I think we'll be back to a ceasefire again by Monday. And what do you think about that?
I don't think that's out of the question, honestly. I think that's pretty on point. It could happen. So a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Kami Meth, who put in a 20, and thank you for the support. He said to Rifleman 2000 in the chat, it did. Hirohito intervened when the Kwantung army got destroyed. The military tried to oppose him, but ultimately listened. And I'm not saying alone it ended the war, no, but the combination of events led to it.
That's also something that a lot of people don't know is that, and also isn't really mentioned. I didn't mention it up until this point to the disservice of the argument, but at the same time that we nuked Japan, the Soviet Union started to invade Manchuria and the Kwantung army had collapsed. And so they were pushing literally all the way down to the Koreas immediately. And that's why the Japanese wanted to surrender more so when you actually read the government's statements that were written at the time in Japan at those very last days. They were more scared of the Soviet Union taking over all of their colonial holdings than the the atomic bombs. Like, the atomic bombs were a thing. They were like, this thing is wild, but the Soviet Union is taking over everything we have. So we might want to surrender now and end this thing so that way they can't take over literally everything. And then they ended up losing Korea anyways when we put them into the occupational government. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
You about said keep this channel arguing.
Keep this channel arguing. Like, keep the fights
Damn.
going. It's fight night.
And our next super chat's going to go to Rifleman 1002, who put in a 20. And thank you, by the way. Also, by the way, there's a police chase going on outside. What the hell? They're coming for me, people. They're coming for me. It turns out the local police, they said, that's enough from him. But anyways, though, Rifleman said, I agree with Matt on this. Nuclear weapons are the ultimate deterrent. And if we simply sit on them and wait until we are near complete defeat, then they are useless. And if Iran gets one, they will use it. And we must strike first. Like that's I understand what you're saying. Like, I understand where you're coming from on that. I think you're saying if there's an existential threat toward the United States, then you're in favor of using it. Which I believe I believe that might be our nuclear doctrine. Like, if Iran's like about to fire a nuke at us, I think we can only fire them defensively under our current doctrine. So, so Iran would have to fire first, and we can fire back. I think that's the way it works. I think. Am I correct?
Yeah, we have a defensive doctrine.
I think so. Damn, bro, there's like literally convoys of cops right now going by, like full speed. I am hearing them revving up those F-150s like crazy outside. I don't know what the hell's going on, but something. Hopefully I'm not getting swatted or something like that. But yeah, I would say, I think I've hashed this one out a lot, and also I'm distracted by these cops out here going berserk. But go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Like honestly, I would say from this point on, like if anyone else has a comment on the nuclear discussion, we'll just take it as is and say thank you so much for your support. That's an interesting take, because we're going to be literally arguing this thing over and over every single night, because I think there's like 4 more that bring this up in one way or another. But I do have to say a big thanks to your support once again, Rifleman, helping this channel keep running. Very interesting input there. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a $20 support from none other than Gunfox. And thank you, Gunfox, for that support. He said that July 10th, 1980, President Benjamin Harrison signs legislation making Wyoming the 44th state, 48 because Battle of Derhatzium, 1460 Battle of Northampton, and 1568 the Battle of On Ems, and 1645 the Battle of Langport.
That's Battle of Langport. I've actually read about that one before myself, quite extensively. But a humongous thanks to your support, Gunfox61, and sharing with us what has happened on this very day of history. And we thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Gunfox yet again. He said, 1652, England declares war on the Netherlands. 1690, the 9 Years' War, Battle of Beachy Head. 1739, War of Jenkins' Ear. In 1780, the Comte de Rambachu, Rochambeau, and his French force of 7,000 land in Newport, Rhode Island, to join the Americans.
Man, they had that damn Comte de Rochambeau land up here in Rhode Island and whipped our ass. Man, that is the Comte de Rochambeau, I believe is how that's pronounced. Like, not to flex, I probably got that very wrong myself. But beyond that, all jokes aside, very interesting days in history. I wish we could explore them a little bit farther, Gunfox61, but we are starting to run overtime. And looking at the spreadsheet, we're probably going to be running overtime drastically tonight. Again, we're doing that a lot lately, but there's so much news to cover and so many good questions that are coming in. It's hard not to these days. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and thank you for sharing even more interesting days in history. War of Jenkins' Ear, by the way, just a neat fun fact. One of our first family members that immigrated to America was a Scottish mercenary for the Georgia colony, part of the Mackay's Rangers, and actually fought in the Battle of Jenkins, in the War of Jenkins' Ear, which was a very small skirmish between the British colonies in the south and the Spanish, to a small degree. But anyways, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, Stephen Stroud said, "Police again. Do you live in a bad part of town?" No, I live in a good part of town. But there's really no like horrible part of town. It's nothing like Birmingham, like downtown or anything like that. It's not that dangerous. Pretty much anywhere in Utah. But it seems like there's a lot of activity. It's probably something like somebody dropped a soda or something like that, and somebody got in a fight about it or something. It's something like that. It's not like people are getting hurt or something like that.
Somebody mentioned Legos.
Yeah, maybe so. Also, man, that meme's getting posted everywhere. By the way, that we just like put on the stream right now. It's all over Twitter. I'm
no way,
seeing
really?
it everywhere. Yeah, I just saw someone tag us in it too. They uploaded it.
Oh man, like put them in the likes tab. I want to see them like legitimately like, with a picture in the background and everything.
Yeah, I just put one in the likes tab right now.
Dude, no way. Oh man, dude, that is crazy. That's crazy funny. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Max Shabai. Once again, he put in a 20. He said, "For the real rednecks in Bama." Who's to say I'm not a real one?
My collar's blue, but my neck is red.
But big thanks to you once again for support. Big shout out to the folks in Alabama. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than, let's see here. It's going to go to a blind man who puts in a 20. He said, funny but extremely accidental finding. Oregano flowers calm hornets down. And you can disturb the entire nest and they don't care. And I crushed the nest thinking it was abandoned and the hornets didn't even care or swarm.
Huh, interesting. So if you offer the hornet spices, you basically have a free reign to do whatever you wish. I'll have to keep that in mind. Perhaps maybe bringing them some cigars and liquor will appease them even more than spices. Very interesting. We'll have to experiment. But a big thanks to your support and over the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cindy, and thank you, Cindy, for the $20 support. And they said, talk about lasers. And it seems like soon they will be practical as drone defense, and also the EMP type stuff that fries drone swarms.
Yeah, actually, they've been working on that for a couple of years, both systems. The laser-based systems have been in development for decades, actually, and they're finally getting off of the ground where they're usable. Usually, they're so large, though, that they have to be mounted onto a specialized truck that carries it, or they're mounted onto warships. But it is the close-in air defense of the future. It's highly efficient, very cheap, extremely accurate, and has a very high success rate at short distances of a couple of miles. So that is really going to be the next form of drone defense. You'll probably see that set up. I would say probably one of the first places they're going to deploy those sorts of systems, at least here in the United States, will be around Washington and also other critical infrastructure sites. We might see that becomes a common emplacement around critical infrastructure like power plants, major substations, such things like that, because they will be able to detect the drones and shoot them down effectively if that sort of an attack is conducted on U.S. soil. And then we'll probably see simultaneously that they're being implemented in a massive form in the U.S. Army and the Navy, and also the Marines, which would really do quite well with those sorts of defenses. Electronic warfare is a really cool one, but it's also a good bit more expensive than the laser systems from what we know right now. But they're able to jam and take down entire swarms of dozens of drones instead of taking them down one at a time. So that's kind of the difference between them, and hopefully we'll see that the laser and the EW systems of this next generation are implemented in wide scale and are not underappreciated by our current military leadership. So big thanks to you so much for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cassadar, and thank you, Cassadar, for the $10 support.
Hey!
They said, $10 on Team Matt. They said if somebody wants to really go that far with their cause, then we should be grateful for the opportunity to assist them in LSA, SSG, Airborne out. And I mean, honestly, real world scenario. I'm a big fan of the president that said, "Speak softly, carry a big stick." We should be very humble as a nation, also very diplomatic, and also very understanding, and also very charitable to people that need help. But if somebody wants to come over and start chanting "Death to America" and start doing stuff like that, and then building nukes to try to kill us all, I'm a big fan of saying, well, I say meet them at the head. That's what I say. I'm not a big believer in let's just sit back and try to rest on our laurels about that. I'm a big fan of meeting that head on. But Enforcer, what say you?
Very interesting inputs there, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a support from none other than, also, by the way, I don't know why this copy and paste isn't working right now. I'm trying to figure that out. But our next one here goes to Nemus, who puts in a 20, and we do appreciate support. They said, who will be the next president?
That's a question I don't think we can even try to answer. Who knows? Right now, it's anyone's game. We don't even know who's running yet. That should be coming out soon, though, probably at the beginning of the next year, because the campaign seasons these days are 2 years long for a 4-year term, which is freaking mental. But beyond that, we'll probably be finding that out here really soon when everyone starts to announce their candidacy for the presidency. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Max Shabai once again, who puts in the 15, and we do appreciate that. He said, Putin is delusional. Wake him up to a reality. And damn, Max said maybe Russia might have tactical nukes being put in a non-consequential area.
I think for support, and you never know, but that would be a bad idea by them. They're opening up a Pandora's box in that sort of a situation. But a huge thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Max Shabai, and thank you, Max, for that support. He said, my younger brother works at Costco, and I love you guys, and I'm from Virginia. I took a train, Andrew loves trains, from Charlottesville, from there to New Orleans. I don't recommend it. I don't either, but they keep the AC on full blast.
You took the Crescent, and I would have to tell you that's the worst Amtrak train you can get on is the Crescent. The Crescent is a trip. I will even tell you amongst the Amtrak people, and it's not that the Crescent is a bad train. It's just that the clientele that get on the train are very, very scary. Like, there's really no other way to describe it. And for that reason, many Amtrak fan list the Crescent as like an F tier or D tier route. I hate to say
I
it
always
because
knew you had soft hands.
You got look at you, boy. You got soft hands. There's just a couple
He
of
was-
crips.
He was shivering to step on board the Amtrak.
Man, he saw a couple of crips and went weak in the knees. Look at him, what a wimp.
man, but it's true on the Crescent. Man, I have to tell you, actually, that one's a rough one to get on. The better ones to get on are the ones that travel mostly across the west. So like the Empire Builder, the California Zephyr, the Coast Starlight, the Southwest Chief. Those are the good ones, like at least for like long distance sightseeing. Because the Crescent, all you see is forests, run down little towns, and depression, and it's not great. But a big thanks to you for the support, and with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a $10 support from Commie Meth. And once again, thank you for that support. That name shocks the hell out of me every time I say it. But they said the atomic attacks didn't actually convince the military. The emperor intervened only after Manchuria, and no one knew what happened after the atomic attacks. And only later did they say that they did.
They actually did know about it, like, but they didn't really know how to explain it. They were like, the U.S. just like firebombed a city or something. And we don't really know what went on with that. But yeah, it is true. The thing that panicked them the most was, oh shit, the Soviets are literally like just running through Manchuria right down into Korea. We need to end this thing. And then that's when they really like seriously were like, we need to end it. We're going to surrender to the Americans though, because surrendering to the Soviets is freaking nuts. And that was actually true. It's freaking nuts to surrender to the Soviets. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ulf Hednar, who said, I gotta say, I'm 1000% against the use of nukes for any reason. I think the vast majority should be dismantled, and that the only use that's permitted is for emergency asteroid deflection.
That's an interesting idea right there, Ulf Hednar. We'll have to keep that one in consideration and put a little notch in our feather in our cap on that one. And a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Max Shabai yet again, who put in a 10. He said, or that was me.
Oh, I thank you for the support. And maybe it was you. Maybe it was. Maybe it is. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Michael Davison. He said, how effective would a punt gun be against a drone swarm?
Oh, the punt gun. The mass exterminator. Let me go get that.
Hey, yo.
You'll know it. This thing. The punt gun.
Damn, I thought it was called an elephant gun.
So these are what I call the mass extermination guns, because what they would do is that they put these things on boats, illustrated here, and they'd row these things out into the swamp. They would startle the ducks, and then they blast it into a giant swarm of them and shoot down hundreds of them at a time. It was banned, actually, largely to be used in hunting, because it was literally wiping out bird populations like in whole regions using these things.
Why'd they mount it in like a Formula One, like a fast attack speedboat?
Bro, why did they mount it like it was a damn artillery piece for the First World War, bro? Like, they got like a traverse like gear down there to like elevate it and move it left or right. It's ridiculous.
And what's that, bro? Is the person driving the boat the Hunchback of Notre Dame? It's like, well, what the hell's wrong with their posture? Like, this dude's like hunched over, like he's like living in the bell tower his whole life.
Man, he's hunched down trying to make sure that the line of sight's right to wipe out the largest part of the swarm of ducks that's flying in front of him. Here's this guy sighting one of them. That's what he's doing. He's sighting it while he's firing it. But these things are mental. Like, I can get why they were banned for hunting. I mean, these things are absolutely ridiculous. But yes, you could use a punt gun against you can use it against drones. It's just that reloading them's pretty tough because they're all muzzle loaders. So they'd have to load these. Well, I think all of them were muzzle loaders that I know of. I haven't heard of one that was a breech loader or anything. So you'd have to load this thing on land, put it on the boat, like kind of like screw it down a little and then go rowing out there in the marsh to go wipe out a whole swarm of ducks in one go. So I hope that addresses that well. And a big thanks to you for its support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Barry, and they said this brainwashing about trains made me look up Polish ones. Not much to look at, but I found a PM36 in aerodynamic fairing, and I think the steam engines with aerodynamic fairing have the best look, and keep up the good work.
Honestly, yeah, you're not wrong. I think they're pretty cool looking. I can't find a good picture of this one, sadly, but they are, well, actually, here's a good picture of it. They are pretty neat. Generally has that German kind of a look to it. Like most trains within Central Europe had that very German sort of a look to them. But a huge thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well, Barry Pie. It's a very interesting one. And thank you so much for the kind words. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Plutonium Fever. Thank you as well for that support. They said, LSA and you're both great. Sir.
And thank you so much for the kind words and the support. Sir, we thank you greatly. It's amazing to know.
And so with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from RCH once again. He said, one more try. I don't know why super chats aren't going out, but I come for the news and stay for the trains, LOL. And did you hear about the leader having to take old Air Force One out of Turkey? That was funny as hell. Did he actually take it out of Turkey? Because I heard the Secret Service was creating a huge ruckus about using the VC-25 bridge. They were like, hey, look, this isn't like properly like, hardened enough. Like take this out of here when there's threats against us and stuff like that. So use the old one that's actually hardened, like it's hardened against EMP and all kinds of other threats. The new one's apparently not hardened against it. They didn't have the time to install all that sheeting in the aircraft. So honestly, they really shouldn't be using that new one. They really shouldn't until they get proper security like in that, especially with the level of threats we're getting right now. I mean, they're literally saying that Iran's coming after people. I'm like, you definitely shouldn't be using that new one now. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, actually, he did fly out on the old Air Force One. You can actually see the video of him boarding it to leave. Because once the threats came out, the Iranians were making, the Secret Service was like, Mr. President, you can't go on the bridge. I mean, the bridge doesn't have shit. Like, it just looks good. Like, at least to you. Like, to me, I don't think the bridge looks that good. But they're like, it doesn't do anything. It just kind of looks okay. You got to get in the actual one. And so they put him in the legitimate VC-25, and then they flew him out. And that's because the bridge has absolutely nothing that the bridge, like the VC-25, the actual one, has. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from DWRB. He said, do you feel like there's a place in the modern battlefield for lower yield nuclear tactical strikes, such as area denial? Could the argument be made that it's more efficient than loads of smaller bombs?
I would say no. Generally not. Because we have a bit of a standard around the world of keeping these conventional and tactical nuclear weapons are only supposed to be used, much like in prior instances where there's an existential threat to the state where we're losing so badly, we have to try and use them to level the playing field. And that's usually when they're inside of our country. That's like what the existential threat is that they're marching into America unimpeded and there's really no way to stop them unless if we start nuking them. And then we start tactically nuking them. And so that's really kind of how that works. I don't really see an area of like, oh yes, we want to deny this area of the battlefield, so let's just nuke it. It gets a little bit too trigger happy with nuclear weapons, and like the line between what is nuclear worthy and not becomes very blurred to the point that anyone could use a nuke at any point anywhere, and we could be in a nuclear war overnight largely. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Anthony Harden, and thank you very much, Anthony, for the 10. He said, I love the new coverage tonight, LOL. And did you know that Mino Air Force Base, or Minot, something like that, North Dakota, is the only base that hosts two legs of the nuclear triad of the United States, an LSA?
That's true, actually. Minot Air Force Base, or Minot Air Force Base, I'm not really sure which way to pronounce this. I think it's Minot, I think it's French, but yes, it does actually house some of the nuclear arsenal. I have great displeasure to tell the folks who live out in the middle of nowhere out here that say, oh, we're not going to get hit. There's nothing important out here. Y'all are going to be the worst affected by radiation in a nuclear exchange with anyone because all the ground bursts are happening out there in North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, and I think Kansas and Colorado. Elsewhere, it's mostly air bursts. And I think there's a couple of ground bursts elsewhere, but the ground bursts are what carry the most fallout and the strongest fallout over large areas. So a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from William McFadden. He said, do you see boots on the ground in Iran and Iran and F Russia? He said, your friendly neighborhood paramedic in Dallas, Texas. Love y'all in LSA.
There could be a situation where there's boots on the ground, but it's going to be fairly limited. Probably just some of the islands inside of the Strait of Hormuz. Because getting on the ground in the mainland of Iran would probably be like a whole extra deal, more than we would really want to deal with probably, unless if it was absolutely necessary. So we'll probably only go for the islands if we do, and even then that's kind of up in the air still. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and thank you for the kind words. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Alex Edwards. He said Russia doesn't have Walmarts. Russia just has Targets now. I just got that where I read that. I literally just got that, by the way. I don't even know what Russia has, their national grocery store. I'm not really sure. They probably have a Walmart equivalent, I would guess, because it seems like every country on the planet loves to copy everything the U.S. does, like with that. So they got to have some equivalent, I would imagine.
Yeah, they probably do, honestly. I would think so as well. But a big thanks for your support. Good joke, by the way. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 5 from Alex, from Justin. And thank you, Justin, for the 5. He said, I just wish everybody a good weekend, fellows, and cheers.
And I wish you a good weekend as well, Justin. And a big cheers to you as well, all the way down in Australia. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, we have a 5 from Ukrainian 7. And thank you for that support as well. They said all these things lead to a certain group funding.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's your opinion, I guess. So big thanks to you for support and help the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, we have a 5 from Shadow C, who said, hi there. Do you think Iran had plans to do something in Turkey to the U.S. leaders? And thank you for the good work and been following you since day one, and love from Trondheim.
And a big shout out to the folks in Trondheim in Norway. Great to hear that we have viewership way up there in the northern parts of the world. And a big thanks to you for support. And as far as it goes, maybe, I don't know, like we don't have a lot of details of like the threat assessments and security risks that are posed to the president. I would assume that if it was anywhere, it probably would be there. I mean, you know, that's well within like direct conventional Iranian capabilities, which I have to say, I don't even know why they would go to Ankara. I mean, that seemed to me to be a pretty big security risk, yet they still went.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. I said that the other night. I was like, why the hell? Why are they launching attacks on Iran while the president's in Turkey? It's like he's right there in the region. It's like, that's a bad idea. I'm not sure who I mean, it could have been his idea. You never can tell, but that was not smart.
Yeah, it wasn't too smart, to be entirely honest. But beyond that, I would say if anywhere, it probably would be there because it is within their conventional range. I mean, Iran has missiles that can reach that far, and that's also why I'm kind of shocked they even went. But luckily, nothing happened. So if anything happens, it'll be a lot harder for Iran to try and pull it off because it'll have to happen here in the States. And we were able to lock the United States way much better down because we're thousands of miles away, and it's also our own home turf. So big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Justin, who said, good day, gentlemen. And does China use the exact same air defense systems as Russia, or are they a little bit better?
They're a little bit better from what we know, but not by a lot. They use HQ-11s, HQ-9s, and HQ-19s, which are their large caliber air defense systems. We believe that they are more competent than the Russians, but not by much. Like when I say they're better than the Russians, I mean like the Russians have like 25% efficiency. The Chinese might get 30, compared to us here in the US, which would have like 97 to 99% efficiency. So yes, but not by a lot. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Brittany Coy, who said, I think Ukraine is taking out all those ships to help us by limiting Iran in a big escalation tomorrow.
Maybe so. That could be the case because the Ukrainians always do throw a little bone to NATO in some of the strategic actions they make in their own war that not only help them out but also help us out. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from the government. And they said oil down, logistics down, AA consolidated to Moscow. How likely is a massive SEAD, S-E-A-D focus next week after we finish off the last 30 ships in the Azov?
That's an interesting question right there. Oh, I'd say suppression of enemy air defense is always going on. I was having to think about that right there. It's always going on. They ain't never stopping. They always hit in the air defense. I would say it's going to be starting right now because it never ended. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one's going to go to Max Shabai yet again, who put in a 5. He said, I grew up with Russians and Polish guys, and I love how you portrayed the way it's been going, and you're my favorite source of real news.
Oh, and thank you so much for the kind words. And help with this channel to keep on running, Max Shabai. Great to hear. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the government once again. He said, over an hour talking about the morality of nukes. Can we move on, please?
We've
been moved on from that for a while. It's ironic. It's the government that's saying that.
We're trying here, the government. Every time we try and move on, a super chat would come up that would bring it up, and I'd be like, oh no. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
I keep trying to get out, but they pulled me back in. But our next one here goes to RC Mist, who puts in a 5 and said the Japanese civilians did fight and did so to the point that if they, oh yikes, I can't read that part right there. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, that's actually true, unfortunately. I hate to say that about the super chat. That's actually historically true, and there's actually recorded video evidence of that in Okinawa, sadly, which was the only part of the Japanese mainland, if we want to call it that. I mean, Okinawa's a little island down here that we landed on, but that is true. But still, if it wasn't for the nuclear weapons, we were gearing up to go into the mainland. That was plan B. If the atomic bombs didn't work, we would just keep bombing a new city every time we got a new bomb, and then we would also just land on the islands and start pushing on through, because war is war, and with it, you kind of just have to take on the risk that if you're going up against an indoctrinated people, they might fight till the very last, but that's war. You can't really take the easy way out and be like, we'll just nuke them, because that's just not really how conventional wars work. When you start a conventional war, you kind of just take on everything that entails, which may include that in some cases. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joe Hobo, who said the fog of war, Robert McNamara, gives an interesting interview discussing his role as defense secretary. And he talked about the decision process behind firebombing Japanese cities back in the day, and I definitely recommend watching.
It was. I've heard a little bit about their decision making behind that. It's a very interesting sort of a story, unfortunate one when you look at it from a modern lens, because people always say, "Oh my God, look at Hiroshima," and they are like, "It's totally destroyed." It's like, have anyone seen Tokyo? I mean, there was nothing left. The fires were burning so hot in Tokyo, the rivers were boiling, and so when people would try and run from the fires and jump into the river to escape the fires, they would literally jump into boiling water in the river from how hot the fires were burning, and they die in the river from that. It's like that. I mean, like the fire bombings in Japan were far worse than the atomic bombs, which is something that a lot of people don't know in the modern age. But a big thanks to you for the support, and I want this channel to keep running. I'll definitely have to give that a watch. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Butchie777, all the way from the UK. And thank you very much, Butchie, for that 5. And we do appreciate that. And we also have a 5 from Destroyer X, who said, do you actually think the U.S. military could pull off a successful invasion of Iran? And in my opinion, the geography makes it impossible.
It would be very difficult, but with enough air power, because the Iranians don't have any, and with superior air power and therefore superior firepower, it would be possible, but it would not be easy. It is not going to be a cakewalk to deal with the Iranians if we have to invade their country physically on land and start taking it over physically. That's going to be very tough to pull off, but definitely doable. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Squall, who said, sorry I'm stupid late, but I'm generally thinking they should have went with an all-in or nothing strategy instead of BSing and pissing in the wind.
Generally, that's what I was saying as well at the start is, we're fighting this war, wars are taken on with the very serious gravity that once the war starts, it's a knockout, drag down fight to the finish. And there's really no such thing as, we kind of got tired of it, we're kind of like wussing out now. You just got to keep going. That's just how it works. And I really don't like how they've taken that kind of, kind of like wussing out kind of approach of, it got a little too tough, we're going to try and end it. Because like that doesn't really do us any good. That just does our enemy good. And once we start a war, we have to finish it. That's what we should be understanding in the government when we undertake these sorts of actions and decisions. But a big thanks to you for your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to DWRB, who puts in a 5 and said, if Iran tried anything against a leader while in Turkey, Turkey would have gotten a big butthurt with being a NATO nation, and bad move triggering Article 5.
Technically, if the Iranians actually did do something to the president, that's actually Article 5 worthy invocation. If it happened in Turkey or in the United States, actually, the U.S. government could actually move to invoke Article 5 in the NATO Charter to see that our common allies come to our defense. So that is actually something that can be done, whether it be Turkey or the United States. But I would agree, the Turks would probably be very unhappy about something like that happening. And also that'd be a big embarrassment for the Turks, considering that whatever would have been attempted, they wouldn't have been able to stop it, and their security while the Secret Service is always responsible for the president's security and a lot of government official security, the Turks also take on a great deal of responsibility in Turkey above that to keep all of their guests inside their country safe as well in that regard. And that would be massively embarrassing for the Turks if something like that happened. And so big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have two from Samuel. He said, wild times we're in to stay strong.
And I would agree. And hopefully everybody stays strong. And long live the Lead Spring Army and long live the Republic. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a two from Sharp W Gaming, who said, could Article 5 be activated if Iran did something to the U.S.?
Yes, actually, I just got done addressing today. Yeah, actually, that's a great question. The answer is yes, as long as it's on, as long as it's within the geographical parameters of the NATO charter, which it lays out in one of its articles, and it was on that particular sort of a scenario. Yes, that could be invoked. And so, big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cerberus3 once again, and thank you, Cerberus, for the generous support. I said, considering how quickly Ukraine's developed new technology, do you think they could develop Rorschach masks from Watchmen movie and add quote before drones hit to say, I am not trapped with you, you're trapped with me?
They might be able to come up with something like that. I mean, I don't know how advanced they are in that sort of a case, but it's possible. It's definitely possible. And so big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
You know, an invention out there that hasn't been invented yet, that people have tried. If somebody can master an AI like masking technology, like where it messes up the AI targeting and also image recognition, like let's say a cloak you could wear or a mask or something you could wear, that's going to be big money if somebody can come up with that and actually make it work. But our next one here goes to Samuel, who puts in a 2 and said, I would love to see a peace treaty.
I would love to see one as well, but we kind of got to get them to where they'll agree to something, and I don't think they're going to agree to anything right now, sadly. But a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from RCH once again. He said, I can't seem to send super chats tonight. It's strange.
We've been hearing some complaints about that lately. Like, it's a bit of a finicky system as of late, but we do thank you massively for going through the trouble nonetheless to send one through regardless. And so big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Stacy Kolbeck, who said, the Duma said they're going back to 1917.
Oh, the Lenin? Is that you? Like, but a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Slinger, who puts in a 2 and said, my Jeep's name is Joseph because he be Stalin. LOSA.
That's a pretty funny one right there. A lot of people are coming up with good one-liners tonight. Damn. Y'all ought to go to open mic nights. Y'all could start a career that way. I mean, a lot of y'all actually got some good punchlines here. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the show and to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from One Great Lake, who said, war never changes.
It never really does, do it? It's always just the same. The same.
But you said earlier it did, though. You said earlier it did. You said people got more moral.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the actual fighting of, like, the reasons for war and the fighting of a war never really changes. Like, but, like, our morality does. Like, that does, at least.
Oh, nah, I don't think so.
Oh, man. If only you knew. If only you knew and I knew, man. If only you knew the lenses of history and everything that I've seen, you would know that it's changed quite a lot.
I don't even need to know the lenses of history. I can look out and see the people today and know exactly what would happen. Nah. Have you ever read the chronicles of the people who lived through the Mongol invasions in Europe, in Eastern Europe in the 13th century? I don't think you have. But every country has different, like, it's people are people. If you have blood running through your veins, that people are going to do the same thing in that exact same scenario.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think so. I'd have to say, I don't think so. Like, people are people, sure, but a lot of people have grown up today with very different kinds of moral principles than people back then had and considered to be the norm. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a 2 from Squall once again, and thank you, Squall, for that support. They said it has to be top down to NCOs for Iran to quit.
I would say probably. But if we have to take it there, we just have to take it there. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 1 from Plazoth, and thank you, Plazoth, as always, for that support right there, and we do appreciate it. And with that, folks, that is all of our super chats. That was a hell of a lot, and we do appreciate all that support right there. I think it was roughly about 75 of them right there. That was a lot. And,
Oh, I said thank you. I was saying that while
it sounded like you were about to sneeze. You said, I was like, either he's like, yeah. Anyway, though, but moving on from that, though, and moving into our live chat questions here, we do have our Morse code decoders first. And the Morse code decoders were Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroy, Fluffdish, Kush, Koterry, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse code said Russian forces keep getting beaten badly in the front, and now Putin's on the Kremlin. LLT, LSA.
And and that's the sound of money. Y'all are dead on the nail. That's some Morse code message tonight. Holy moly. Really impressive stuff right there. And I got to say, a big shout out to y'all once again. Incredible stuff right there. That y'all got that right time and time again. And so with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Rosalie Love, who said, which U.S. companies benefit the most from this Iran war?
Oh, well, there's a couple. The oil companies.
Don't name them specifically. Just say the industry.
Of course, Matthew. We already know that because anything else would be allegedly. Allegedly. Now I have to say, allegedly, that the oil companies allegedly are probably making a good bit of money. But only for a short term. And also the defense industries allegedly are making a good bit of money. Like I don't know, like to name a few of them. They're offensive. Allegedly.
The prepper. I don't know if you've seen it, by the way, but people are getting sued left and right on YouTube. I don't know if you noticed that, but there's like a litigation warfare going on right now. I saw another channel that covers news just got sued today by some dude for some reason. So it's like people are going berserk. It's becoming the century of lawfare. Like people with money that have like tons of money to waste, they're deciding to go get lawyers and start suing people if people say what they don't like to hear, which is quite disgusting.
It's really sad, honestly. I'm just kidding around, by the way. Like, I'm not like I'm just taking the piss to take the piss. I know that. Like, well, that one though that you're talking about, I know the one you're talking about. That's been going on for 2 years. They just made an update and talked about it publicly for the first time ever today. But they've been dealing with it for 2 years because I watched the video. I was like, huh, and it was something. But anyways, beyond that though, allegedly, I would say the defense industries are the ones raking in the dough. But the oil companies kind of make some money off of it, but really not, because they have to factor in additional costs and everything else, which are rising for them. So really, they're more so just trying to keep their profit margins stable, not really growing them. But I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on the second to last question of the night.
And we also have a question from a JSGO sniper. He said, hey, Matt, and why don't we just fully invade by ground and pound with overwhelming force? The problem with that is it's very difficult because Iran's a huge country. Like, people just don't understand how large Iran is because of the effect that the maps have. Like, what's that effect called, where it looks like some countries are smaller than they really are?
That's called, let's see here. Oh, actually, it's
Dryson?
well, actually, it's not that bad on Iran because they're closer to the equator. So they're about the size they actually are on the map.
I mean, if you drug Iran over Europe, it would be massive.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you took them
Show
down
the
there.
people.
Let me see here. Let me go get it.
Show the people.
Is what
Let them
Matthew's
see the truth.
What Matthew's talking about, by the way, folks, is the Mercator projection, which is where you take a globe and then you put it out on a flat surface, which means there's necessary distortions to be made to make the map readable and legible. So if we take Iran and we drag it into Europe, that's how big Iran
It is
actually
bigger.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, I was saying it's near the equator, so it's actually about its proper size. If we drag it
I
over
don't know, man. It looks like it gained about 20 to 30% when you drag it over Europe.
No. Well, yeah. I mean, it's going further north to the equator. I mean, that's just how it works. Like if you take
That's what I'm
anything,
saying. Like, if you but drag it over Europe, and let's zoom in and see how many countries it's encompassing. So it's taking up like basically like a huge, like 65% of Central Europe is what Iran takes up. So if you look at it in this context right here, since most of us know how big these countries are in Central Europe, Iran's a huge country. Like it's massive. The sheer land mass makes it difficult, and also not to mention the drone warfare, all the Iranians that are going to be trying to go and siege the coast, all the IRGC lunatics that are going to be literally fighting to the death. I mean, it's going to be I mean, the U.S. could probably pull it off, but we're going to have casualties. It's going to be really bloody. It's going to be really ugly. And trying to hold Iran is a whole nother problem in itself. So, me personally, I don't see like a full-on ground invasion being viable, personally.
I see it being viable. It's just that it would probably take actually mobilization here in the United States to make it doable, because we would need a lot of manpower to hold it down, unless we want Iraq to happen again. Because if y'all don't know, the whole reason we got stuck in Iraq is because when we originally invaded, there was an occupation model that we were going to work off of one soldier to every 60 Iraqis, which would have been able to hold the country down. But instead, there were a couple of politicians in the Congress that went, "Oh, this is really something stupid. Oh, this is ridiculous." And so then we cut it down to one U.S. soldier for every 250 Iraqis, and that was far out of the situation to control based off of all of our other occupation models we ever made, and that's why a whole bunch of radicals from the Fedayeen, which was Saddam Hussein's personal bodyguard, were able to go and raid Iraqi arsenals that were completely undefended to get a whole bunch of guns and then run basically insurgencies in Iran for the next several years, was because of that. So unless if you have enough manpower to hold down Iran and you have like one U.S. soldier for every several hundred Iranians, you're going to see the same thing that happened in Iraq happen in Iran all over again. If you invade a country, you have to have enough manpower to actually hold it down physically long enough for a new government to get into place and stabilize and then control the country before you leave. And that's something I think the U.S. public would find very unpopular, is an announcement of conscriptions to find that manpower to be able to do that. So the ground invasion would be very hard to pull off, both on the political side here at home. It would be very unpopular, and it would also be quite expensive in terms of the loss of manpower and equipment that we might sustain in a war with Iran and also in occupation. But it is doable. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And the viewer is none other than Bob. He said, "My question is, do we have enough munitions to restart a full-blown sustained attack on Iran?"
Yes, not with missiles, however. It would have to be with guided bombs. We have plenty of GBUs of every variety, no joke, but we do not have endless amounts of JASSMs, Tomahawks, and whatnot, which are high-end, expensive, and almost artisanally made weapon systems. So the answer to that is yes, just not with guided missiles. It would have to be guided bombs. So I hope that does address that the best we can, and with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream at 4 hours and 60 minutes in. Whew. Luckily, it wasn't almost 5 hours like last night. I gotta thank you all so much once again for watching. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to run this stream for all of y'all today, and both me and Enforcer Matt are always honored to be able to tell you all the news each and every single day. We will be seeing you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video tomorrow. I also got to give a humongous shout out to the 18,500 people that were here at the peak and the 125,000 people that have watched the stream before it's rounded out. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Herom Slava. Long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow. And a big shout out to the 125,000 plus people that were here tonight. And we hope to see you all tomorrow once again on the next Nightly Warrior stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. And we do appreciate you all being here once more. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.